The Great Archive of the Hegemony was a place of silent terror. It was a cathedral of knowledge built into the hollowed shell of a dead moon where the history of 10,000 species sat in crystalline stasis. High Chancellor Vora moved through the aisles of glowing data with a sense of impending doom. For 3 centuries, the Hegemony had watched the small blue planet on the edge of the Orion Arm. They had watched the humans build their crude radio towers and their metal dishes. The Hegemony had waited for the humans to send the standard greeting. They had waited for the humans to look toward the center of the galaxy where the peaceful civilizations lived. But the humans had not looked toward the center. They had turned their dishes toward the void of the Seven Sisters. Vora pulled a shimmering data rod from its socket. The records were ancient. They predated the Hegemony itself. The Seven Sisters was not a constellation of stars. It was a graveyard. Every species that had ever sent a signal into that dark patch of the sky had vanished within 100 years. The signals that came out of that void were not messages. They were lures. They were the hungry whispers of something that had existed before the light of the first sun. The Hegemony called it the Silence. It was a predator that did not eat flesh but ate the very history and future of entire worlds. And the humans were shouting into it with everything they had. The Chancellor looked at the latest intercept from the human planet. It was a massive burst of digital information containing the entirety of their mathematics and their music and their biology. It was an invitation. The humans were inviting the Silence to dinner. Vora felt a cold shiver run through her primary nervous system. It was too late to save them. The humans were loud and they were bright and they were foolish. They had built their civilization on a foundation of curiosity, and they did not realize that in the deep dark of the universe, curiosity was a death sentence. 200 light-years away on a planet called Earth, the air in the deep bunkers of the Mojave Desert was thick with the smell of ozone and stale coffee. General Arthur Vance stared at the massive monitors of the Deep Space Array. For 50 years they had been listening to the rhythmic pulsing from the Seven Sisters. The signals were complex and beautiful. They sounded like a heartbeat. They sounded like a mother calling her children home. The scientists called it the lullaby. It was the only thing in the sky that answered them. Vance was a man of cold iron and hard edges. He did not believe in beauty. He believed in ballistics and logistics. He looked at the technician sitting at the console. The technician was a young woman named Sarah who had not slept in 30 hours. She looked at the general with eyes that were red and tired. She told him that the response was coming through. She said the lullaby had changed. It was no longer a pulse. It was a set of coordinates. It was an invitation to meet in the dark between the stars. The general did not smile. He knew that when something calls you into the dark, you do not go alone. He ordered the activation of the forge. In the high orbits above Earth, the industrial heart of humanity began to beat. They were not a peaceful species. They were a species that had spent 5,000 years perfecting the art of the kill. They had spent their entire history fighting over dirt and gods. Now they had a target in the sky. If the Seven Sisters wanted to meet, they would meet the full weight of human industry. The Hegemony fleet arrived at the edge of the solar system 3 months later. They did not come to help. They came to record the end. It was a tradition of the Great Archive to witness the fall of a species so that their memory might be preserved. High Chancellor Vora stood on the bridge of her cloaked observation ship and looked toward Earth. She expected to see a world in panic. She expected to see a planet being devoured by the shadows of the Silence. Instead, she saw a hive of angry hornets. The humans had not built escape ships. They had not built arcs. They had turned their entire moon into a shipyard. Massive slabs of raw iron were being hauled from the asteroid belt by nuclear tugs. The atmosphere of the Earth was hazy with the exhaust of 10,000 heavy-lift rockets. The humans were not crying out for mercy. They were forging a spear. Vora watched in disbelief as the humans constructed ships that were nothing more than massive engines strapped to blocks of tungsten. These were not the elegant vessels of the hegemony. These were brutal and ugly machines of war. They were covered in thick layers of lead and water ice to shield against radiation. They were armed with kinetic accelerators that used magnets to fire slugs at a significant fraction of the speed of light. The humans were preparing to fight a god with nothing but rocks and fire. The silence arrived on the 4th day of the 5th month. It did not come with ships. It came as a tear in the fabric of reality. A great shadow began to spread across the stars of the Seven Sisters. It was a coldness that drained the heat from the sun. The hegemony sensors screamed as the laws of physics began to bend. The silence was reaching out its hand to snuff out the spark of humanity. General Vance stood on the bridge of the flagship of the human fleet. The ship was named the Dreadnought. It was 6 miles of reinforced steel and fusion reactors. He looked at the darkness on the screen. He did not feel fear. He felt a grim satisfaction. He had spent his life waiting for an enemy that was big enough to justify the cost of his soul. He keyed the fleet-wide channel. He did not give a speech about glory or freedom. He gave an order for the engineers to overvolt the reactors. He told his people to show the dark what happened when you tried to put out a fire made of billions of souls. The first human volley was not made of lasers or plasma. It was made of mass. 3,000 tungsten rods the size of city blocks were launched from the lunar railguns. They crossed the distance in seconds. They did not care about the psychic shields of the silence. They did not care about the warping of space. They were solid objects moving too fast to be stopped. They hit the shadow with the force of 1,000,000 nuclear bombs. The hegemony observers gasped. The silence had never been hit before. It was an entity of thought and entropy. It was used to species that fought with logic and energy. It was not prepared for a species that fought with momentum. The shadow recoiled. It let out a psychic scream that shattered the glass in every building on Earth. But the humans did not stop. They had built their ships to be piloted by machines and hardwired circuits that could not feel fear. The battle lasted for 3 weeks. It was a slow and grinding war of attrition. The humans lost half of their fleet in the first hour. Ships were crushed like tin cans by the gravitational whims of the enemy. But for every ship that died, 2 more took its place. The factories on Earth were running 24 hours a day. Children and the elderly worked the assembly lines. Every scrap of metal on the planet was being recycled into ammunition. Vora realized then that the hegemony had misunderstood humanity. They had thought the humans were answering the wrong constellation out of ignorance. They had thought the humans were victims of a cosmic mistake. But as she watched the dreadnought ram itself into the heart of the shadow, she understood the truth. The humans had not been tricked. They had heard the lullaby and they had recognized it for what it was. They had not been answering a call for help. They had been answering a challenge. The humans were a species that had grown up on a world where everything tried to kill them. They had survived predators and plagues and their own capacity for self-destruction. They did not fear the dark because they were the things that lived in the dark. They had looked at the forbidden constellation and they had decided that if there was something out there that killed civilizations, then it was their job to kill it first. The silence began to retreat. For the first time in 1 billion years, the predator was afraid. It tried to close the tear in space, but the humans had anchored it open with massive gravity wells. They followed the shadow back into its own realm. They did not want to win a battle, they wanted to finish a war. The sky above Earth began to clear as the black clouds were pulled back into the void. Vora stood in the silence of her bridge. She looked at the data rods in her hand. The history of the galaxy would have to be rewritten. The archive was no longer a record of dead things. It was a warning for the living. Do not look at the humans and see a young species. Do not look at their crude technology and think they are weak. They are the only species in the universe that is more dangerous than the dark. The humans had answered the wrong constellation, and in doing so they had saved everyone. They had broken the silence with the sound of hammers and the roar of rockets. As the last of the human ships disappeared into the void of the Seven Sisters, Vora knew that the galaxy would never be the same. The humans were not coming back to their little blue planet. They were going to the stars to make sure that nothing would ever sing a lullaby to them again. The Chancellor turned her ship toward the center of the galaxy. She had to tell the hegemony what she had seen. She had to tell them that the era of the Watchers was over. The era of the Hunters had begun, and the humans were leading the pack. They had proven that it did not matter if you were looking at the wrong stars as long as you brought enough ammunition to kill whatever you found there. The universe was no longer a place of quiet observation. It was a workshop, and the humans were just getting started. The void of the Seven Sisters did not merely end at the threshold of the rift. It was a realm of non-existence where the rules of the material universe were treated as suggestions rather than laws. When the human fleet crossed the boundary, they entered a place where distance was measured in heartbeats and time was a thick liquid that clung to the hulls of their ships. The dreadnought led the way. Behind it stretched a line of 300 warships that were scorched and battered but still burning with the heat of internal fusion. General Vance stood on the bridge and felt the gravity of the unknown tugging at his bones. He looked at the main view screen, which showed a swirling kaleidoscope of gray and violet. There were no stars here. There was only the core of the silence. The engineers reported that the sensors were failing. The radar could not find a surface to bounce off. The cameras saw only the feedback of their own light. Sarah sat at her console and typed with a frantic rhythm. She told the general that the lullaby had stopped. In its place, there was a low hum that vibrated through the steel plates of the deck. It was the sound of a predator breathing. It was the sound of a mouth opening to swallow a galaxy. Vance did not flinch. He told the fleet to tighten their formation. He told them to prepare the secondary batteries. If they could not see the enemy, they would simply fill the empty space with fire until they hit something that screamed. Deep within the Great Archive, the High Chancellor Vora watched the telemetry from the human probes that had been left behind. She saw the rift begin to heal at the edges. She saw the golden sparks of the human engines disappearing into the maw of the abyss. She had never seen a species follow the silence into its own den. Every other civilization had tried to hide. They had built bunkers and cloaking fields. They had prayed to gods that did not exist. The humans were different. They were a species of pursuit. They had evolved on a world where the only way to stop a wolf was to follow it back to the cave and kill the pack. Vora felt a strange sensation in her chest. It was not fear, it was a flickering ember of hope. For millions of years, the hegemony had lived in a state of quiet terror. They had accepted the silence as a natural disaster like a supernova or a black hole. The humans were treating it like a target. Inside the rift, the first contact occurred without warning. The shadow did not use ships, it used the vacuum itself. The space around the human destroyer named the Agamemnon suddenly solidified into a crystalline lattice. The ship was frozen in an instant. The metal groaned as the pressure of 1,000 atmospheres was applied from every direction. The Agamemnon did not survive. It shattered like a glass bulb. Vance watched the icons on his tactical map turn gray. He did not mourn. He ordered the fleet to fire their resonance cannons into the crystal. He told them to shatter the ice before it could take another ship. The human response was a wall of sound and light. They used sound waves amplified through the hull and focused into the void. The crystal shattered. The debris became more ammunition. The silence tried a different tactic. It began to speak into the minds of the sailors. It did not use words, it used memories. It showed the soldiers the faces of their mothers and their children. It showed them the green fields of earth and the smell of rain on hot pavement. It told them that they were tired. It told them that the war was over and that they could sleep now. It was the ultimate weapon of an entropic entity. It offered the peace of the grave. Sarah felt the whisper in her ears. She saw her father standing in a field of wheat holding a wooden toy. She felt the urge to let go of the controls and walk into the light, but she felt a hand on her shoulder. It was the heavy-gloved hand of General Vance. He did not say anything. He simply stood there like a mountain of iron. His presence was a reminder of the cold reality they had left behind. Vance switched the internal comms to the highest volume. He did not play music. He did not give a speech. He played the sound of the factory floor in Detroit. He played the sound of the jackhammers in the lunar mines. He played the roar of the blast furnaces and the rhythmic clanging of the assembly lines. It was a brutal and ugly noise. It was the sound of human labor. It was the sound of a species that had never been given anything for free. The sound broke the psychic hold of the silence. The sailors shook their heads and returned to their stations. They realized that the peace of the void was a lie. The only truth was the work. The only truth was the mission. They reached the center of the void after 6 days of constant fighting. In the heart of the darkness, they found the source. It was a massive structure that defied the laws of geometry. It was a sphere that was also a cube. It was a machine made of living shadows and dead stars. This was the engine of the lullaby. This was the thing that had been harvesting the history of the universe for 1 billion years. It was surrounded by a cloud of debris that consisted of the ruins of 1,000 civilizations. Vora saw the images through a long-range relay and wept. She saw the marble pillars of the Ethelgard. She saw the floating gardens of the Xylos. She saw the silver spires of the hegemony home world from before the Great Silence. All of it was here. All of the beauty of the galaxy had been stolen and stored like grain in a silo. The humans did not stop to look at the ruins. They did not care about the history of the galaxy. They only saw a target. The dreadnought began to charge its primary weapon. This was not a kinetic slug. It was a concentrated burst of strange matter harvested from the core of a collapsed star. It was a piece of the universe that wanted to expand. It was a seed of a new sun. Vance looked at the source and felt a moment of pure clarity. He knew that this would be his final act. He knew that the explosion would be so great that it would seal the rift forever. He keyed the final sequence. He told the fleet to retreat toward the exit. He told them that he would hold the door open. The source realized the danger too late. It tried to lash out with tendrils of dark energy. It tried to tear the dreadnought apart with gravity, but the human ship was built with a redundancy that was insane. It had 4 engines, it had 3 hulls, it had 1,000 separate bulkheads. Even as the ship began to disintegrate, the weapon remained powered. Vance stood on the bridge as the air hissed out into the void. He watched the countdown reach 0. He did not close his eyes. He wanted to see the light. The explosion was not a sound. It was a rewrite of reality. The strange matter hit the source and ignited the vacuum. The darkness was not just pushed back, it was burned away. The history of 1,000 species was released in a flash of pure information. The memories of the dead were scattered across the stars like golden dust. The rift began to collapse inward. The human fleet raced for the opening as the universe behind them turned into a furnace of white light. They made it through the threshold just as the tear in space snapped shut. When the light faded, the seven sisters were gone. In their place, there was a new nebula. It was a cloud of glowing gas and stardust that shone with every color of the spectrum. It was the most beautiful thing in the galaxy. The hegemony ships moved closer to the edge of the solar system. They expected to find the humans celebrating. They expected to find a world in prayer. Instead, they found the humans already cleaning up the mess. The shipyards on the moon were already repairing the battered warships. The factories on Earth were already shifting production from weapons to construction materials. High Chancellor Vora descended to the surface of the Earth. She did not come in a royal barge. She came in a simple shuttle. She landed in the desert of the Mojave near the ruins of the Deep Space Array. She was met by Sarah, who was now wearing the uniform of a commander. Sarah looked older than her years. She looked like someone who had seen the end of the world and decided to fix it. Vora looked at the young woman and then looked up at the new nebula in the sky. She asked why the humans had done it. She asked why they had risked everything to fight an enemy they did not even understand. Sarah looked at the sky and shrugged. She said that the humans did not like being told to be quiet. She said that they had spent their whole history shouting at each other and they were not going to stop just because something in the dark did not like the noise. She told the Chancellor that the humans were not heroes. They were just people who had a lot of iron and no intention of dying in the dark. Vora realized then that the hegemony was obsolete. The peaceful civilizations had survived by being small and silent. They had survived by being victims. The humans had survived by being a problem. The Great Archive was changed that day. Vora ordered the deletion of the records of the silence. She replaced them with the blueprints of human engines and the recordings of human music. She told her people that they were no longer the keepers of a graveyard. They were the students of a new school. She sent a message to the center of the galaxy. She told the 10,000 species of the hegemony that the darkness was gone. She told them that the stars were safe again. But she also gave them a warning. She told them that the humans were still out there. She told them that the humans were still building and still learning and still looking for something to hit with a rock. Earth did not become a paradise. It remained a world of grit and struggle, but it was no longer a lonely world. The humans had forced the universe to look at them. They had forced the galaxy to listen. As the years passed, the human fleet grew. They did not build ships of war anymore. They built ships of exploration. They went to the center of the galaxy and they met the hegemony. They did not come as conquerors, but they did not come as subjects either. They came as partners. They brought their messy politics and their loud music and their crude machines. They brought the fire of the sun into the cold halls of the archive. The era of the hunters had indeed begun, but the humans were not hunting other species. They were hunting the unknown. They were hunting the limits of physics and the boundaries of the mind. They had proven that the universe was not a place of terror. It was a place of potential. All it took was the courage to look into the dark and the strength to hold a hammer. The silence was dead. The lullaby was gone. In its place, there was a new sound. It was the sound of 10,000 species talking at once. It was the sound of a galaxy that was finally awake. And in the middle of it, all the humans were still shouting at the top of their lungs just to make sure everyone knew they were there. The human expansion did not stop at the edge of the new nebula. They did not wait for the permission of the hegemony or the blessing of the High Chancellor. They moved with the frantic energy of a species that had discovered that the walls of their nursery were made of paper. Within 10 years of the collapse of the source, the humans had established mining colonies on 14 moons that the hegemony had considered uninhabitable. They did not use the delicate terraforming pulses of the older races. They used massive thermal drills and heavy shielding. They lived in pressurized steel bubbles and ate synthetic protein while they tore the guts out of asteroids. They were looking for the exotic matter that had powered the source. They wanted to understand the physics of the void. Vora visited the first human embassy on the station known as High Point. It was a structure built from the salvaged plates of the original invasion fleet. It was not beautiful. It was a jagged crown of black metal that spun slowly in the orbit of a gas giant. Inside, the air smelled of ozone and recycled water and the faint scent of coffee. There were no tapestries or holographic gardens. There were only maps. The humans had mapped more of the forbidden sectors in 5 years than the hegemony had in 5 centuries. They had sent probes into the hearts of supernovas. They had bounced signals off the event horizons of black holes. They were a species that treated the entire universe like a laboratory. The human ambassador was a man named Elias who had lost both of his legs during the 3-week war. He sat in a chair that hummed with the same resonance as the human ships. He did not bow to Vora. He did not offer the traditional greeting of the archive. He simply pointed to a screen that showed a flicker of blue light in a distant arm of the galaxy. He told the Chancellor that they had found something. It was not another silence. It was something older. It was a signal that moved faster than light and carried the weight of 1 billion years of mathematics. The humans were already building a ship to go there. They were calling it the Pathfinder. Vora asked him if they were not afraid of finding another predator. She asked if the humans ever considered that some things were better left alone. Elias laughed. It was a dry and dusty sound that reminded Vora of the deserts of Earth. He told her that the humans had spent 50,000 years being afraid of the dark. They had spent their infancy hiding in caves and praying to the moon. He said that the fear was still there, but it had changed its shape. It was no longer a fear of being eaten. It was a fear of not knowing. He told her that the humans would rather die in a blaze of discovery than live 1,000 years in a state of comfortable ignorance. The hegemony was divided. Many of the older races wanted to blockade the humans. They wanted to contain the infection of human curiosity before it brought a new disaster upon the galaxy. They argued that the humans were reckless and that their technology was a crime against the natural order of space. But Vora stood before the High Council and showed them the data from the 7 sisters. She showed them the images of the source being torn apart by a single human ship. She told them that the humans were the only reason the Council still existed. She told them that if they tried to stop the humans, they would find out exactly how much ammunition the humans had left. The Council relented, but they did not participate. They watched from a distance as the Pathfinder was launched from the lunar shipyards. It was a vessel that looked like a needle made of white fire. It did not use rockets or gravity wells. It used a drive that folded space like a piece of cloth. It was the first ship in history that could cross the galaxy in a matter of days. When the Pathfinder vanished into the fold, the galaxy held its breath. For 3 months, there was no word. The humans continued their work on the colonies and the factories, but there was a tension in the air. Even the children on the assembly lines looked at the sky with a new kind of intensity. Then the signal came back. It was not a call for help. It was a broadcast that bypassed every encryption and every frequency. It was a song. It was not the lullaby of the silence. It was a chorus of 1,000,000 voices singing in a language that no one understood but everyone felt. It was a song of triumph. The Pathfinder had reached the center of the universe. They had found the cradle. It was a Dyson sphere the size of a solar system. It was the home of the first ones, the beings who had seeded the galaxy with life before the silence had even been a shadow. The first ones were not dead. They were waiting. They had been trapped inside their own creation by the lullaby, and they had been waiting for someone loud enough to wake them up. The humans had not just killed a predator, they had liberated the gods of the galaxy. Vora watched the images of the cradle as they were transmitted across the human network. She saw structures made of solid light. She saw oceans of liquid silver. She saw the first ones who were beings of pure energy and thought. They did not look at the humans as children. They looked at the humans as equals. They recognized the iron in the human soul. They recognized the fire that had driven a primitive species to challenge the dark. The first ones opened the gates of the cradle and invited the humans inside. The galaxy changed overnight. The era of the hunters became the era of the architects. The humans shared the knowledge of the first ones with the hegemony. They did not hoard the secrets of the universe. They did not build an empire. They built a bridge. They taught the other races how to build ships that did not fear the void. They taught them how to sing their own songs instead of listening to the whispers of the dark. The Great Archive was no longer a building. It was a living network that connected every mind in the galaxy. The silence was replaced by a roar of conversation that never ended. Vora retired from her position as High Chancellor. She did not return to her home world. She bought a small transport ship and hired a human pilot. She wanted to see the things that the humans saw. She wanted to feel the vibration of the engines and the cold sting of the vacuum. She traveled to the edge of the galaxy where the stars were thin and the dark was absolute. She stood on the observation deck and looked out at the infinite emptiness. She was not afraid. She knew that somewhere out there a human ship was already moving through the blackness. She knew that the dark was no longer a place of death. It was a frontier. The humans never stopped being humans. They still argued and they still fought and they still built things that were too big and too loud. But they had given the galaxy a gift that was more precious than gold or technology. They had given it a future. They had proven that the universe was not a cold and indifferent machine. It was a place that responded to will. It was a place that could be shaped by the hands of those who were brave enough to try. As Vora watched the twin suns of a distant system rise over the horizon, she realized that the archive was finally complete. The story of the galaxy was no longer a tragedy. It was an epic. And at the heart of that epic were the people from the little blue planet, the people who had heard the wrong call and given the right answer, the people who had looked at the forbidden stars and decided to go there anyway. The humans were the heartbeat of the new universe. They were the sound of the hammer and the roar of the rocket. They were the light that would never go out. Vora closed her eyes and listened to the hum of the ship. It was a beautiful noise. It was the sound of a species that was just getting started. It was the sound of home. The ship moved through the deep pressure of the galactic core where the stars were packed so tight that there was no night. High Chancellor Vora sat in the observation lounge of the human transport vessel named the Perseverance. The pilot was a man with gray hair and hands that were stained with engine grease. He did not call her High Chancellor. He called her Vora. He spoke about the weather on the moons of Jupiter and the taste of salt air on the Atlantic coast. He did not care about the ancient protocols of the hegemony. He only cared about the integrity of the hull and the steady pulse of the drive. Vora looked at the sensor screens and saw the massive structures of the first ones. They were rings of solid light that spanned the width of solar systems. They were monuments to a time before the Great Silence had tried to choke the life out of the universe. The humans were not intimidated by the scale of the cradle. They moved among the light structures with the same casual confidence they had shown in the mines of the moon. They did not treat the first ones as gods. They treated them as senior engineers. Vora watched as a human construction crew used heavy plasma torches to weld a docking bay onto a spire made of condensed starlight. It was a sacrilege that felt like a triumph. The first ones did not object. They seemed fascinated by the humans. They watched the humans with a quiet intensity that mirrored the way the humans watched the stars. The first ones had the power to reshape reality with a thought, but they had lost the ability to struggle. They had become so perfect that they had forgotten how to grow. The humans were reminding them. Sarah stood on the primary balcony of the High Point station and looked at the data streams coming from the Pathfinder. The ship had found the edge of the known universe. It had found the place where the light of the Big Bang was still cooling into the first atoms of matter. The humans were not satisfied with the galaxy. They wanted to see the beginning of time. Sarah felt the weight of the years in her bones. She had seen the fall of the source and the rise of the new nebula. She had seen the hegemony transform from a collection of fearful shadows into a vibrant community of explorers. She knew that the era of peace was not a state of rest. It was a state of constant motion. The humans had taught the galaxy that the only way to stay safe was to keep moving. The hegemony species began to change their own ships. They stopped building elegant vessels that relied on stealth and silence. They started building ships with thick hulls and loud engines. They started naming their ships after mountains and storms and heroes. The Xylos people who had once lived in floating gardens of glass began to build massive industrial hubs in the asteroid belts of their home system. They realized that beauty was not enough to protect a civilization. They needed the strength of iron. They needed the heat of the forge. They looked to Earth as a blueprint for survival. They sent their youth to the universities in London and Tokyo to learn the physics of strange matter and the art of the heavy machine. Vora walked through the halls of the cradle with a human scientist named Marcus. He was explaining the way the first ones used harmonics to stabilize the orbits of planets. He spoke with a passion that made his eyes shine. He told her that the humans were planning to build a bridge between galaxies. They wanted to reach the Andromeda void. They wanted to see if the silence had reached that far. Vora asked him if they were not exhausted. She asked if the human race ever intended to sit down and enjoy the peace they had earned. Marcus stopped walking and looked at a mural that depicted the birth of a star. He said that for a human being, peace was not the absence of work. It was the choice of which work to do. He said that they had spent too long being told what they could not do. Now they were going to find out what they could. The message from the Pathfinder arrived on a Tuesday in the month of July. It was not a song this time. It was a map. It showed that the universe was much larger than even the first ones had realized. There were layers of reality stacked like the pages of a book. There were places where time flowed backward and places where gravity was a color. The humans looked at the map and they did not feel small. They felt like they had finally found a playground big enough for their ambitions. They began to plan the next generation of ships. They began to recruit pilots from every species in the hegemony. The mission was no longer a human mission. It was a galactic mission, but the heart of it was still the same stubborn fire that had ignited on the streets of Detroit. Down on the surface of Earth, the old cities were being rebuilt. The ruins were not cleared away. They were integrated into the new architecture. The skyscraper that had been a hive of the silence was now a museum of human endurance. Children played in the shadow of the great defensive cannons that had once fired into the dark. The world was loud and messy and full of life. There were protests in the streets about the cost of the Andromeda project. There were debates in the parliament about the rights of the synthetic intelligences that the humans had created to help manage the cradle. There was conflict and there was noise. It was exactly what the humans wanted. They had learned that a quiet world was a dying world. Vora stood on the deck of the Perseverance as it prepared to jump to the next system. She looked at the human pilot and asked him what he thought would happen when they reached the end of the map. The pilot adjusted a dial on the console and smiled. He said that he hoped they would find another map. He said that he hoped the universe went on forever because a man needed a reason to get out of bed in the morning. Vora realized then that the Great Archive had been wrong about everything. The purpose of history was not to record the past, it was to fuel the future. She took a notebook from her pocket and began to write. She did not write about the silence or the lullaby. She wrote about the sound of a hammer hitting a nail. She wrote about the smell of rain on hot pavement. She wrote about the humans. The jump drive engaged with a roar that shook the frame of the ship. The stars stretched into lines of white light and then vanished into the blur of the fold. The Perseverance was gone, but its wake left a ripple in the fabric of space that would last for 1,000 years. Back at the High Point station, Sarah watched the departure on the long-range sensors. She knew that she would not live to see the end of the journey. She knew that her generation was just the foundation for something much larger. She felt a sense of profound satisfaction. She had helped to wake up a galaxy. She had helped to give the stars a voice. The sun set over the Mojave Desert and the new nebula began to glow in the twilight. It was a beacon that could be seen from every corner of the solar system. It was a reminder of the day the darkness died. It was a reminder of the price of the light. The people of Earth looked up at the sky and they did not see a mystery. They saw a destination. They saw a place where their friends and their family were working to build something new. They saw the truth of their existence. The universe was not a cold and empty void. It was a house with many rooms, and the humans had finally found the keys. The sound of the factory floor in Detroit was still playing on the internal comms of the fleet. It had become a sort of anthem for the explorers. It reminded them of where they came from. It reminded them that they were not born from stardust or light. They were born from labor. They were born from the dirt and the heat and the struggle. They were a species that had earned its place among the stars by refusing to be quiet. And as the human ships moved deeper into the unknown, they carried that noise with them. They carried the laughter and the shouting and the clanging of the assembly lines. They made the universe listen. They made the universe feel alive. The era of the hunters was over. The era of the architects was just beginning, and in the center of the galaxy, the first ones watched the humans and they remembered what it felt like to be young. They remembered what it felt like to look at a wall and want to see what was on the other side. They smiled in their way of light and energy. They knew that the universe was in good hands. They knew that as long as there was a human with a rock and a reason to throw it, the darkness would never return. The fire was burning. The noise was loud. The humans were home. Vora finished her entry in the new archive. She looked at the words she had written and felt a sense of peace that was not the peace of the void. It was the peace of a job well done. She looked out the window at the swirling colors of the nebula. She could see the outlines of new ships being born in the heart of the gas cloud. She could hear the faint echo of the human transmissions crossing the light years. They were talking about music. They were talking about food. They were talking about the weather. It was the most beautiful sound she had ever heard. It was the sound of a galaxy that was no longer afraid of the dark. The Perseverance dropped out of the fold at the edge of the Andromeda galaxy. The pilot looked at the sensor array and saw 1 billion new stars waiting to be named. He looked at Vora and winked. He told her to hold on to something. He said that they were about to make a lot of noise. Vora gripped the edge of her seat and smiled. She was ready. She wanted to hear the shout that would wake up the next galaxy. She wanted to be there when the humans told the next darkness to get out of the way. The ship surged forward and the silence of Andromeda was broken for the first time in 1 billion years. The humans had arrived, and they were not going to be quiet. The light of the human engines reflected off the ice of 1,000 dead worlds. As the ships passed, the ice began to melt. The heat of human ambition was a physical force that changed the environment of every system they touched. They were not just visiting the stars, they were waking them up. On a small planet orbiting a red dwarf, a primitive species looked up at the sky and saw a streak of white fire. They did not hide in their caves. They did not pray to the dark. They saw the fire and they wondered what it was. They felt a sudden spark of curiosity that had been dormant for eons. They felt the influence of the humans. They felt the urge to build a ladder. High Chancellor Vora watched the primitive world fall away as the Perseverance moved deeper into the new galaxy. She realized that the humans were not just explorers, they were a catalyst. They were the grain of sand that turned the oyster into a pearl. They were the friction that created the spark. She knew that in 1 million years, the species on that red dwarf planet would build their own ships. They would find the humans and they would thank them. Or they would argue with them. Either way, the universe would be better for it. The cycle of the silence had been broken forever. The lullaby had been replaced by a symphony of 1 trillion voices. The journey continued into the heart of the unknown. There were challenges and there were losses. There were ships that did not come back and pilots who vanished into the folds of space. But the humans did not stop. They did not turn back. They built more ships. They trained more pilots. They treated every failure as a lesson and every death as a motivation. They were a species that did not know how to give up. They were a species that had turned survival into an art form. And as the years turned into centuries and the centuries into millennia, the name of Earth became a legend that was told in every corner of the universe. It was the name of the place where the light began. It was the name of the people who refused to stay in the dark. Sarah died on a warm afternoon in Virginia. She was 98 years old. She spent her final hours sitting on a porch looking at the nebula that now dominated the night sky. She was surrounded by her grandchildren and her great-grandchildren. They did not talk about the war or the source. They talked about the new colonies on the edge of the galaxy. They talked about the ships they were going to build when they grew up. Sarah listened to their voices and she felt the rhythm of the factory floor in their laughter. She felt the iron in their spirits. She closed her eyes and saw the flash of the strange matter weapon one last time. She saw the light that had burned away the darkness. She smiled because she knew that the light was still burning. She knew that the noise would never stop. The universe was wide and the stars were many. There were still mysteries to solve and enemies to face. There were still places where the shadows were deep and the silence was heavy, but the humans were there. They were in the mines and the factories and the laboratories. They were on the bridges of the dreadnoughts and the decks of the scouts. They were shouting at the top of their lungs and hitting things with rocks. They were making the universe a louder and brighter and better place. They were the humans, and they were just getting started. The story of the galaxy was no longer a record of what had been lost. It was a promise of what was yet to come. The fire was lit. The hammer was falling. The stars were ours. The vastness of the Andromeda galaxy did not feel like an empty graveyard to the crew of the Perseverance. It felt like an unpainted canvas. High Chancellor Vora stood at the long glass of the observation deck and watched as the first human probes began to seed the local star systems with relay beacons. These beacons did not pulse with the soft and rhythmic patterns of the hegemony. They screamed in high-frequency bursts that tore through the ancient stillness. They carried the data of 1 billion lives and the history of 1,000 wars. They carried the blueprints for oxygen scrubbers and the recipes for sourdough bread. The humans were not just moving through the space. They were colonizing the very concept of the vacuum. A young ensign named Thomas walked onto the deck. He carried 2 metal mugs that smelled of roasted beans and scorched sugar. He handed one to Vora without bowing or waiting for a formal greeting. He leaned against the reinforced railing and looked at the spiral arms of a galaxy that had never known the sound of a combustion engine. Thomas said that the long-range scans had picked up something unusual in the 4th quadrant. It was a structure that did not match the geometry of the first ones or the chaotic utility of human design. It was a sphere of solid matter that had been hollowed out to hold a dying sun. It was a cage for a star. Vora took a sip of the bitter liquid and felt the heat spread through her chest. She asked Thomas if the humans intended to break the cage. Thomas laughed and his eyes crinkled with the kind of reckless joy that had come to define his species. He said that they did not want to break it just yet. He said that the engineers wanted to see how the hinges worked. He said that if someone had gone to the trouble of catching a sun, then there must be a reason for it. The humans were not afraid of the power required to trap a star. They were only interested in the size of the wrench they would need to take it apart. The ship shifted its course, and the hum of the strange matter drive deepened into a low growl. The Perseverance moved toward the Dyson sphere with a steady and unrelenting momentum. As they drew closer, the sheer scale of the construction became apparent. It was a shell of dark metal that was etched with lines of glowing violet energy. It was beautiful in a way that felt cold and distant. It was the work of a mind that had long ago abandoned the need for air or gravity. Vora felt a flicker of the old fear that had haunted the hegemony for generations. She felt the weight of the ancient silence pressing against the hull. But then she looked at the bridge. She saw the human technicians arguing over the thermal readings. She saw a woman named Maria kicking a recalcitrant computer console until it started working again. She saw the grease on their uniforms and the stubborn set of their jaws. The fear vanished. The universe could produce monsters and gods and machines of infinite complexity, but it had never produced anything quite like a human with a deadline. The humans were the only creatures in the known existence who would look at a monument to cosmic engineering and wonder if it had a back door. They reached the surface of the sphere 3 days later. The human construction teams did not wait for a diplomatic signal. They did not search for a welcoming committee. They simply found a seam in the metal plates and began to deploy the heavy mining lasers. The beams of concentrated light carved through the hull of the sphere with a sound like a screaming ghost. Bits of molten alloy drifted away into the dark and the humans cheered. They were breaking into a tomb, and they were doing it with the enthusiasm of children opening a gift. Inside the sphere, the air was thick with the scent of ozone and ancient dust. The internal lights flickered to life as the human power cells interfaced with the local grid. Vora walked beside the lead scout team as they moved through corridors that were wide enough to fit a battleship. The walls were covered in digital displays that showed the health of the trapped star. The sun inside was a white dwarf that was shivering on the edge of a supernova. It was being held together by a web of magnetic fields that were beginning to fail. The creators of this place were long gone, but their machine was still trying to fulfill its final command. It was trying to prevent the end of the world. A scientist named Elias knelt by a control terminal and began to type with a frantic energy. He said that the magnetic bottle was leaking. He said that the star would blow in less than 12 hours if they did not stabilize the core. Vora asked if they should retreat. She asked if it was wise to risk the ship for a piece of dead technology. Elias looked up at her and his face was pale, but his eyes were steady. He said that they could not leave. He said that if this star exploded, it would wipe out every habitable planet within 50 light years. He said that the humans had not come all this way to watch the lights go out. The next 10 hours were a blur of heat and noise. Human engineers crawled through the conduits of the sphere and bypassed the ancient safety protocols with copper wire and sheer willpower. They used the engines of the Perseverance to jump-start the magnetic coils. They redirected the cooling vents and purged the buildup of heavy elements from the solar corona. They worked until their hands bled and their lungs burned. They did not act like masters of the galaxy. They acted like mechanics in a roadside garage. They shouted orders and they swore at the machines, and they refused to let the star die. When the core finally stabilized, the violet lines on the walls turned a soft and steady blue. The white dwarf stopped shivering. The cage held. The humans sat down on the cold floor of the alien station and shared a single bottle of lukewarm water. They did not give speeches. They did not build a monument to their own bravery. They simply packed up their tools and prepared to move to the next system. Elias told Vora that they had found a library in the central hub. He said that it contained the coordinates for a dozen more spheres scattered across the Andromeda void. He said that they were all failing. Vora realized then that the mission of the humans had changed. They were no longer just explorers. They were the caretakers of a dying legacy. They were the ones who would fix what the first ones had abandoned. They were the ones who would keep the fires burning in the dark. As the Perseverance pulled away from the sphere and prepared to jump again, Vora looked back at the massive structure. It no longer looked like a cold and distant tomb. It looked like a home that had been waiting for someone to arrive and turn on the lights. The news of the rescue spread through the hegemony like a wildfire. Other species began to send their own ships to assist the humans. The Xylos sent their best botanists to help terraform the worlds inside the spheres. The survivors of the Source Wars sent their heavy freighters to carry supplies across the intergalactic bridge. The galaxy was no longer a collection of isolated systems hiding from the dark. It was a single and massive construction site. The sound of the hammer was echoing from one end of the universe to the other. Years passed and the hair of the human pioneers turned white. Vora herself grew old in the service of the new frontier. She spent her final days on a planet that had been carved out of the ice of a moon. It was a world of gardens and factories and schools. She sat on a bench in a park and watched the children of a dozen different races playing together in the dirt. They did not care about the ancient protocols. They did not care about the great silence. They only cared about the games they were playing and the sun that was shining above them. Vora picked up a small rock and turned it over in her hand. She thought about the first time she had seen a human. She thought about the way they had looked at the stars with a mixture of fear and hunger. She realized that the hunger had won. The humans had consumed the darkness and turned it into light. They had taken a cold and indifferent machine and given it a heart. They had proven that the universe was not a place to be feared. It was a place to be loved. A young human girl with pigtails and a bruised knee ran up to Vora and asked her for the rock. Vora handed it to her with a smile. The girl took the rock and threw it as hard as she could toward the horizon. She watched it fly and then she laughed. It was a loud and messy and beautiful sound. It was the sound of a species that was never going to be quiet. It was the sound of the future. Vora closed her eyes and listened to the wind blowing through the trees. She could hear the distant roar of a rocket taking off from the spaceport. She could hear the clanging of the metal in the nearby foundry. She could hear the heartbeat of the universe. It was strong and it was steady and it was full of life. She felt a sense of profound contentment. The archive was finished. The story was told. The humans were home and the stars were bright and the dark was gone forever. In the deep reaches of the void where the light of the galaxies begins to fade, a single human ship continued to move forward. It was a small and battered vessel with a loud engine and a thick hull. Its name was etched in the metal of the bow in bold and simple letters. It was called the Curiosity. On the bridge, a young pilot looked at the sensor screen and saw a new cluster of stars that had never been mapped. He smiled and adjusted the throttle. He told his navigator to get ready. He said that they were about to make some noise. The ship surged forward and the silence of the deep void was broken. The light of the engines left a trail of white fire that stretched across the empty space like a promise. The humans were not done. They would never be done. They would keep moving until they reached the edge of everything, and even then they would probably find a way to go a little further. They were the architects of the new era. They were the ones who had heard the wrong call and given the right answer. They were the people of the little blue planet, and they were the most beautiful thing the universe had ever created. The fire burned on. The hammer fell again. The noise grew louder. The universe was alive and it was shouting and it was glorious. High Chancellor Vora took her final breath with the sound of a distant engine in her ears and a smile on her lips. She knew that the story would never end. It would only get better. The humans were there to make sure of it. They were the light that would never go out. They were the heartbeat of the stars, and they were just getting started. Across the vast distances of space, the message from the Curiosity reached the High Point station. It was not a plea for help or a record of a tragedy. It was a simple greeting. It said that the water was fine and the stars were beautiful and there was plenty of room for everyone. It invited the rest of the galaxy to come and see what was over the next horizon. The hegemony ships began to power up their engines. The first ones began to shift their patterns of light. The entire universe began to move. The era of the architects had become the era of the family. The species of the galaxy were no longer strangers living in a haunted house. They were neighbors building a city. They were brothers and sisters sharing a campfire, and at the center of the fire were the humans. They were the ones who had brought the wood. They were the ones who had struck the match. They were the ones who were singing the loudest songs and telling the best stories. The sun rose over the Mojave Desert and the ruins of the old world were bathed in a golden light. A young man stood on the roof of a rebuilt skyscraper and looked up at the sky. He could see the ships moving between the stars like tiny sparks of hope. He felt the vibration of the city beneath his feet. He felt the history of his people in his blood. He knew that he was part of something vast and ancient and unstoppable. He knew that he was human. He took a deep breath of the cool morning air and then he started to work. He had a bridge to build and a galaxy to wake up, and he did not want to be late. The hammer hit the nail with a sharp and satisfying ring. The noise began again. The day was new. The universe was waiting. The man on the roof was named Elias Thorne, and he did not look at the sky as a graveyard anymore. He looked at the sky as a map of his own backyard. The skyscraper he stood upon was a needle of carbon and glass that pierced the clouds of the rebuilt Los Angeles. Below him, the city hummed with the sound of 10 million souls, all moving with a singular and frantic purpose. There were no longer any borders on the earth. There were only the launch pads and the research centers and the vast hydroponic gardens that fed the billions who remained on the home world. Elias picked up a heavy welding torch and felt the familiar weight of the tool in his hand. He was part of the generation that had inherited a universe that was finally awake. He was the son of a pilot and the grandson of a factory worker, and he knew that his labor was the fuel that kept the stars burning. He ignited the torch, and a blue flame cut through the morning mist. He was fusing the primary stabilizers for a new class of deep space hauler. This ship would not carry weapons. It would not carry soldiers. It would carry the modular components for a hospital station that was destined for the far side of the Orion Nebula. The humans had decided that since they had broken the silence, they might as well make sure that everyone who lived in the noise was healthy. Elias worked with a steady and rhythmic precision. He did not mind the heat or the height. He only cared about the seam of the metal and the strength of the bond. He knew that if he did his job well, a child on a world 3,000 light years away would have a place to sleep. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the atmospheric sensors on the roof began to chime. It was a low and melodic sound that signaled the arrival of a diplomatic vessel from the hegemony. Elias paused for a moment and shielded his eyes. He saw a shimmering disk of silver light descending toward the central spaceport. It was a ship of the Xylos, and it moved with a grace that still made the human engineers shake their heads in wonder. The Xylos did not use rockets. They used the pressure of light and the folding of the vacuum. They were ancient and wise, and they had spent 10,000 years hiding in the dark. Now they were landing in the middle of a human city to trade seeds and stories. Elias watched the silver ship land, and then he turned back to his work. He had 3 more stabilizers to finish before the end of his shift, and he did not want to be the reason the hauler was late. He was a human, and he had a deadline. The universe was vast, but it was also very busy. There were bridges to build across the gaps between the galaxies, and there were oceans to stir on the frozen moons of the outer rim. There were poems to write in languages that did not have words for sorrow, and there were songs to sing that could be heard across the vacuum of space. In the deep silence of the Andromeda void, the ship called the Curiosity reached the edge of a new solar system. The pilot was a woman named Sarah, who had been named after the hero of the Source War. She sat in the command chair and watched the readings on the holographic display. The system was anchored by a massive red giant star that was pulsing with a slow and dying light. There were 12 planets in orbit around the star, and every one of them was covered in a thick layer of ice. Sarah felt a shiver of excitement. This was exactly the kind of place the humans loved. It was broken, and it was cold, and it was waiting for someone to fix it. She ordered the sensors to sweep the 3rd planet for signs of life. The computer returned a series of complex data patterns that indicated the presence of geothermal vents deep beneath the frozen crust. There was liquid water down there, there was heat, and if there was water and heat, there was a chance for a conversation. Sarah did not wait for a command from Earth. She did not ask for permission from the High Point Station. She simply pointed the nose of the Curiosity toward the ice and pushed the throttle forward. She told her navigator to prepare the thermal drills. She said that they were going to go for a swim. The ship hit the atmosphere with a roar that could be felt in the bones of the crew. The heat shields glowed a bright orange as the friction of the air tried to push them back. But the humans did not push back. They leaned into the fire. They used the gravity of the planet to accelerate their descent, and they aimed for the thickest part of the polar ice cap. When they were 5 miles above the surface, the Curiosity deployed its primary laser array. A beam of pure energy struck the ice and turned it into steam in an instant. The ship followed the beam down into the heart of the world. They broke through the final layer of ice 2 hours later. Below them was a vast and glowing ocean that was lit by the bioluminescence of 1 trillion tiny organisms. It was a world of liquid light and swirling currents. It was a world that had never seen a star or felt the wind. Sarah looked out of the observation window and felt a lump in her throat. It was beautiful. It was a secret that the universe had been keeping for 1 million years. And now the humans were here to share it. She ordered the ship to deploy the communication beacons. These beacons did not send out a signal of war. They sent out a recording of a human heartbeat. They sent out the sound of a rainstorm in Virginia and the laughter of a child in a park. They sent out the message that the silence was over. Sarah watched as the glowing organisms in the water began to cluster around the beacons. They were responding to the rhythm. They were sensing the change in the environment. They were waking up. Sarah sat back in her chair and smiled. She knew that in a few years there would be a city under this ice. There would be human divers swimming alongside the native life forms, and there would be laboratories studying the chemistry of the glowing water. There would be a school and a library and a place where people could sit and look at the ice and wonder what was on the other side. The humans would take this cold and lonely world and they would turn it into a home. They would do it because that was what they did. They were the species that could not leave a door closed or a light turned off. Back on Earth, Elias Thorne finished his final weld and stepped back to inspect his work. The seam was perfect. It was a line of silver that was stronger than the metal it joined. He turned off his torch and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The sun was setting over the Pacific Ocean, and the sky was a bruised purple color that reminded him of the nebula in the old stories. He looked at the city, and he felt a sense of pride that was so deep it hurt. He was a tiny part of a massive machine, but he knew that without him, the machine would slow down. He knew that his hands were the hands of the universe. He walked to the edge of the roof and looked down at the streets below. He saw the people moving through the lights, and he heard the sound of their voices rising up like a prayer. He saw the children playing in the parks and the old men sitting on the benches. He saw the life that had been saved and the future that had been built. He realized that the war with the source had not been about survival. It had been about the right to be loud. It had been about the right to exist in a way that mattered. The humans had taken the silence of the first ones and they had shattered it. They had taken the fear of the hegemony and they had replaced it with curiosity. They had taken a cold and indifferent cosmos and they had made it warm. Elias took a deep breath and felt the air of his home world fill his lungs. He was tired, but he was happy. He had done his part for the day, and tomorrow he would do it again. He would build another bridge. He would fix another engine. He would make another noise. In the high orbit of the Earth, the High Point Station glowed like a diamond in the dark. It was the center of the new galactic government, and it was a place where 100 different species met to discuss the future. There were no more kings and there were no more slaves. There were only partners. The humans had insisted on a system of total equality, and they had enforced it with the same stubbornness they used to build their ships. They had told the other races that if they wanted to be part of the noise, they had to learn how to listen to each other. A diplomat named Kale sat in a garden on the station and watched the Earth rotate beneath him. He was a member of a species that had once been hunted by the Source. He had lost his home world and his family in the Great Purge. He had spent most of his life hiding in the shadows of a dead moon, but now he was here. He was safe. He was part of a family that spanned the entire galaxy. He looked at the human woman sitting across from him and he asked her why her people were so obsessed with moving forward. He asked her why they never seemed to be satisfied with what they had. The woman was named Maya, and she was one of the architects of the intergalactic bridge. She looked at Kale and she smiled. She said that the humans were not moving forward because they were unhappy. She said they were moving forward because they were afraid of standing still. She said that for a long time the humans had been trapped on a single planet with no way out. They had looked at the stars and they had dreamed of a way to reach them. Now that they were finally out here, they did not want to waste a single second. They wanted to see everything. They wanted to touch everything. They wanted to know why the universe was the way it was. Maya said that the humans were like children who had been given the keys to a toy store. They wanted to play with every toy and they wanted to open every box. They did not care if they got a little messy or if they broke a few things along the way. They only cared about the joy of the discovery. She said that the humans were the only species she knew that would find a black hole and try to use it as a trash can. They were the only species that would see a supernova and wonder if they could use the heat to make coffee. Kale laughed, and the sound was like the tinkling of bells. He said that he understood now. He said that the humans were not the masters of the galaxy. They were the heartbeat of it. They were the ones who provided the energy and the passion that kept the rest of them going. He said that without the humans, the universe would be a very quiet and very boring place. He said that he was glad the humans had decided to wake up. Maya nodded and looked back at the Earth. She saw the lights of the cities and the glow of the spaceports. She saw the world that had given birth to a species of dreamers and doers. She felt a sense of peace that she had never known before. The story of the humans was no longer a tragedy. It was an epic. It was a tale of a people who had refused to die and who had turned their survival into a gift for everyone else. The night fell over the Mojave and the stars came out one by one. Each star was a destination. Each star was a promise. Each star was a light that would never be extinguished. In the distance, the sound of a hammer hitting a nail echoed through the desert. It was a sharp and clear sound. It was the sound of someone building something new. It was the sound of a human at work. And as long as that sound continued, the universe would be safe. The dark was gone. The silence was broken. The light was everywhere. The journey of the Perseverance continued into the heart of the Andromeda Galaxy. The crew had found 3 more Dyson spheres in the last 6 months, and they had stabilized every one of them. They had rescued a dozen species that had been trapped in the dark, and they had taught them how to build their own ships. The ship was no longer a lone explorer. It was the flagship of a fleet of 1,000 vessels. There were humans and Xylos and hegemony survivors all working together on the same decks. They shared their food and their stories and their dreams. They were the new guardians of the light. High Chancellor Vora had passed away, but her memory lived on in the archives of the station. She was remembered as the one who had seen the potential in the humans when everyone else had seen only danger. She was remembered as the one who had opened the door. Her successor was a young human man who had been born on a colony world. He did not have the weight of the ancient history on his shoulders. He only had the vision of the future. He looked at the map of the universe and he did not see boundaries. He saw opportunities. The humans had turned the act of exploration into a form of worship. They believed that by seeing the universe, they were honoring the creators who had left it behind. They believed that by fixing the broken machines, they were completing the work that had been started 1 billion years ago. They were the janitors and the mechanics and the artists of the cosmos. They were the ones who made sure that the story kept going. In a small laboratory on the edge of the galaxy, a scientist was looking through a microscope at a tiny piece of strange matter. He was trying to figure out how to use it to create a permanent wormhole between the Milky Way and Andromeda. He had been working for 20 hours straight and his eyes were red with exhaustion. But he did not stop. He did not turn back. He reached for a fresh cup of coffee and he adjusted the focus of the lens. He smiled because he knew that he was close. He knew that if he could make this work, the universe would get a little bit smaller and a little bit louder. He was a human and he had a job to do. The hammer fell, the fire burned, the noise continued. The story of the galaxy was a song that would never end. It was a symphony of 1 trillion voices all singing in harmony. It was the sound of life. It was the sound of hope. It was the sound of the humans, and they were just getting started. The stars were theirs, the void was theirs, the future was theirs, and it was going to be glorious. The sun rose over the ruins of a city on a distant world. A young girl walked through the rubble and picked up a piece of twisted metal. She looked at the metal and she saw the reflection of her own face. She saw the strength in her eyes and the determination in her jaw. She did not feel afraid. She felt powerful. She knew that her people had built this city and she knew that they would build it again. She knew that the fire was still burning. She took the piece of metal and she carried it back to her father. She told him that she wanted to learn how to weld. She told him that she wanted to help build the ships. Her father looked at her and he smiled. He took the metal from her and he showed her how to hold the torch. He told her that the universe was wide and the stars were many. He told her that there were still mysteries to solve and enemies to face. But he also told her that she was a human and that meant she did not know how to give up. He told her that she was part of a species that had turned survival into an art form. He told her that she was the light. The girl ignited the torch and the blue flame cut through the shadows. She began to work. She began to build. She began to make some noise. The sound of her labor joined the chorus of the rest of the galaxy. It was a beautiful sound. It was the sound of the future. It was the sound of a promise that would never be broken. The humans were home and the light was never going to go out. The end of the silence was only the beginning of the song. The universe was awake and it was singing and it was loud. It was exactly the way it was supposed to be. The ship named the Curiosity moved into the next system and the pilot looked at the sensors. There was a planet made of gold and there was a moon made of glass. There was a nebula that smelled like cinnamon and there was a star that sang in the key of C. The pilot smiled and adjusted the throttle. She told her crew to get ready. She said that they were about to see something amazing. She said that the adventure was only just beginning. The ship surged forward and the trail of fire it left behind was a beacon for everyone else to follow. The humans were leading the way and the rest of the universe was happy to follow. The dark was gone and the light was everywhere. The stars were ours and we were never going to let them go. The hammer fell one last time, and the ring of the metal was the most beautiful sound in the world. The day was new, the universe was waiting, and we were ready. The Curiosity drifted through the shimmering clouds of the Cinnamon Nebula as the crew prepared for the next phase of their mission. Sarah looked at the sensor arrays and saw that the glass moon was not merely a rock but a giant prism that captured the light of the singing star and fractured it into a billion different colors. She felt the vibration of the ship's engines through the soles of her boots, and she knew that the machine was hungry for more distance. The navigator reported that the surface of the glass moon was smooth enough to act as a mirror for the entire system. Sarah imagined what it would look like when the humans arrived with their terraforming equipment and their heavy lasers. They would turn that frozen mirror into a beacon that could be seen from the next galaxy over. They would carve cities into the crystal and build towers that reached up to touch the rings of the golden planet. It was a prospect that made her heart beat faster. She told the crew to prepare the landing struts and to double-check the atmospheric seals. They were going to be the first living souls to walk on a world made of light. On the surface of the glass moon, the silence was absolute until the Curiosity broke through the thin veil of gas that passed for an atmosphere. The ship descended on a cushion of blue flame, and the heat of the thrusters caused the ground beneath them to moan and crack. When the landing gear finally touched down, the sound was like 1,000 violins snapping at once. Sarah stepped out onto the boarding ramp and felt the crunch of diamond dust beneath her feet. The sky above her was a swirling vortex of orange and gold, and the singing star pulsed with a rhythm that felt like a physical weight on her chest. She took a step forward and saw her own reflection stretched out for miles across the crystalline plains. She was a small figure in a vast and glittering wilderness, but she did not feel insignificant. She felt like a pioneer who had finally reached the end of the map. She reached down and picked up a shard of the glass and held it up to the light. It was clear and cold, and it contained the history of a world that had never known the touch of a hand. The crew began to set up the perimeter fence and the portable research labs. They worked with a frantic energy that was characteristic of their kind. They did not stop to rest, and they did not stop to wonder if they were welcome. They simply assumed that the universe wanted to be known. One of the engineers found a fissure in the glass that led down into a series of deep caverns. He reported that the temperature inside the caves was much higher than on the surface, and that there were signs of liquid gas moving through the lower levels. Sarah joined him at the edge of the chasm and looked down into the dark. She saw a faint green glow coming from the depths, and she knew that they had found something important. It was not life as they knew it, but it was a form of energy that they could use. It was a power source that could fuel a colony for 1,000 years. She ordered the team to deploy the heavy drills and to begin the descent. They were going to go deeper than anyone had ever gone before. While the crew of the Curiosity explored the glass moon, the rest of the human expansion was moving at a similar pace. In the sector of the sky known as the Vale of Tears, a fleet of construction ships was busy dismantling a dead planet to build a ring world. The project was led by a man named Thomas who had spent his entire life working in the orbital shipyards of Mars. He stood on the observation deck of his command ship and watched as the massive gravity tethers pulled the chunks of rock into a perfect circle around the central sun. It was a job that required the precision of a surgeon and the strength of a titan. Thomas knew that if they made one mistake, the entire structure would collapse and millions of tons of debris would rain down on the nearby colonies. But he did not feel nervous. He felt the steady hum of the machines and he trusted the math. The humans had mastered the laws of physics and they were now using those laws to rewrite the geography of the heavens. The ring world was going to be the largest structure ever built by a biological species. It would have enough surface area to house 50 billion people, and it would be covered in forests and oceans and cities. It was a dream that had been passed down through generations of architects and engineers. It was the ultimate expression of the human desire to create order out of chaos. Thomas looked at the blueprints on his screen and saw the intricate network of transport tubes and power grids that would tie the whole thing together. He saw the parks where children would play and the universities where the next generation of scientists would learn how to build even greater things. He felt a sense of awe at the scale of the ambition. They were not just building a house, they were building a cradle for the future of all life. Back on the glass moon, Sarah and her team had reached the bottom of the fissure. They found themselves in a cathedral of light that was so beautiful it took their breath away. The walls were made of emerald-colored crystal, and the floor was a river of liquid nitrogen that glowed with an internal fire. In the center of the chamber, there was a massive structure that looked like a frozen waterfall. It was made of a material that did not appear on any of their charts. It was a substance that seemed to absorb the sound of their voices and turn it into light. Sarah approached the waterfall and reached out to touch it. As soon as her glove made contact, the entire chamber began to hum. The sound was not a noise but a thought. It was a memory of a time before the stars were born. It was a message from the architects of the universe. The message told the story of a race of beings who had lived in the time before the dark. They had been the ones who planted the seeds of the galaxies and who set the stars in motion. They had been the ones who created the laws of gravity and the speed of light. They had been lonely in the vastness of their creation, and they had left behind these pockets of memory in the hope that someone would one day find them. They had wanted to know that their work would be continued. They had wanted to know that the fire would not go out. Sarah felt a deep connection to these ancient builders. She realized that the humans were not intruders in the galaxy. They were the heirs to a great legacy. They were the ones who had been chosen to carry the torch into the next era of existence. She shared the discovery with the rest of her crew, and the news spread like wildfire through the fleet. The scientists began to analyze the data, and the philosophers began to debate the meaning of the message. The discovery changed everything. It gave the humans a sense of purpose that went beyond mere survival. It gave them a reason to keep pushing forward even when the way was difficult. They were no longer just a species of clever monkeys who had learned how to fly. They were the caretakers of a divine plan. They began to look at the stars not as distant lights but as tasks that needed to be finished. They began to look at the void not as a threat but as a canvas. In the years that followed, the human expansion accelerated. They built bridges between the stars that allowed for instantaneous travel. They created artificial suns to warm the planets that were too far from their natural stars. They engineered plants that could grow in the vacuum of space and animals that could swim through the clouds of gas giants. They turned the galaxy into a garden. The Xylos and the members of the hegemony watched in amazement as the humans transformed the universe. They had never seen a species with such a relentless drive to build and to grow. They began to adopt the human ways and they began to share in the joy of the creation. The old animosities were forgotten and the old fears were buried. There was only the work and the song. Elias Thorne lived to see the completion of the intergalactic bridge. He was an old man now, but his hands were still strong and his eyes were still bright. He sat on a bench in a park on the High Point station and watched as the first ships from the Andromeda Galaxy began to arrive. They were sleek and beautiful, and they carried the stories of 1,000 new worlds. Elias felt a sense of peace that he had never known as a young man. He had seen the war and he had seen the peace. He had seen the dark and he had seen the light. He knew that his life had been a small part of a much larger story, and he was happy with the role he had played. He looked up at the sky and saw the silver discs of the Xylos ships mingling with the fire of the human haulers. It was a sight that would have been impossible 100 years ago. He thought about the girl on the distant world who had learned how to weld, and he wondered where she was now. He imagined her standing on the deck of a ship and looking out at a new horizon. He hoped that she was happy, and he hoped that she was making a lot of noise. He knew that the future was in good hands. The humans would never stop and they would never give up. They would keep building until there was nothing left to build, and then they would find a way to build something else. They were the architects of the infinite. The ship named the Curiosity reached the center of the Andromeda Galaxy and found a black hole that was the size of a solar system. It was a place of absolute darkness and absolute power. Most species would have turned away in terror, but the humans saw it as a challenge. Sarah ordered the crew to begin the construction of a massive shell around the black hole. They were going to trap the energy of the singularity and use it to power the entire galaxy. They were going to turn the ultimate symbol of destruction into the ultimate source of life. It was a project that would take 1,000 years to complete, but the humans did not mind. They had plenty of time and they had plenty of heart. As the first plates of the shell were put into place, the black hole began to glow with a soft purple light. The energy was being harnessed and the darkness was being pushed back. Sarah stood on the bridge of her ship and watched as the dream became a reality. She saw the light of the future reflected in the eyes of her crew, and she knew that they had succeeded. The universe was no longer a cold and lonely place. It was a home for everyone who was brave enough to claim it. The silence was gone forever, and the song was louder than it had ever been. The humans were the masters of the light, and they were never going to let the fire go out. They were the ones who had broken the dark, and they were the ones who would keep it broken for all eternity. The hammer fell and the fire burned, and the story went on and on and on. It was a glorious day to be alive. The expansion of the human species across the Andromeda Galaxy did not slow down as they reached the massive shadow of the central singularity. Instead, the project to encase the black hole became the focal point of 1,000 different cultures and 1,000,000 different ships. Sarah stood on the bridge of the Curiosity and watched as the first tectonic plates of the Dyson shell were locked into place by swarms of automated drones. These drones were the descendants of the small machines that had once cleaned the solar panels on ancient Mars. Now they were the size of city blocks, and they moved with the grace of dancers in the vacuum of space. The purple light from the edge of the event horizon spilled across the hull of the ship and turned the silver metal into a deep shade of violet. It was a color that no human had ever seen in nature before this day. It was the color of captured gravity, and it was beautiful. The engineering required to build a shell around a singularity was beyond anything the previous inhabitants of the galaxy had ever dreamed of attempting. It required the manipulation of space itself and the cooling of matter to temperatures that were almost absolute zero. But the humans did not care about the difficulty. They only cared about the potential. They knew that if they could succeed, they would have enough power to run 1 trillion civilizations for 1 trillion years. They would never have to worry about the death of a star or the cooling of a planet again. They were building a battery for eternity. Sarah looked at the holographic displays and saw the progress of the construction teams. There were humans from Earth and humans from the moons of Jupiter and humans who had been born in the deep space between the stars. They were all working together on a single goal. They were all singing the same song. The noise of the construction was a constant vibration that could be felt through the deck plates of every ship in the fleet. It was the sound of heavy lasers cutting through neutronium and the sound of magnetic tethers snapping into place. It was a rhythmic thumping that reminded Sarah of a heartbeat. She thought about the old stories of the hammer and the forge, and she realized that the humans had simply moved the forge into the heavens. They were still the same species that had sat around the first fires and wondered what was over the next hill. They were still the same species that had looked at a piece of flint and seen a tool. The only difference was the scale of their ambition. They were no longer content to live on the surface of a world. They wanted to live in the heart of the machine. As the shell grew larger, the gravity of the black hole began to stabilize. The chaotic swirling of the accretion disk was replaced by a steady flow of energy that was channeled into the power grids of the fleet. The light of the galaxy began to change as the purple glow became the dominant force in the system. It was a new kind of dawn. Sarah ordered the Curiosity to move closer to the construction site so that she could see the work with her own eyes. She put on her vacuum suit and stepped out into the observation gallery. The glass of the gallery was reinforced with diamond filaments, but it still felt thin and fragile against the immense power of the singularity. She looked out at the massive plates of the shell, and she saw the thousands of lights of the welding torches. They looked like a swarm of fireflies gathered around a giant lantern. One of the engineers contacted her on the radio. He was a young man named David, and he was working on the primary heat sinks of the shell. He told Sarah that they had found a pocket of stable space inside the event horizon that seemed to be shielded from the tidal forces of the black hole. He said that it was a place where time did not move in a straight line, and where the laws of physics seemed to be more like suggestions than rules. He wanted to know if he should send a probe inside to investigate. Sarah hesitated for a moment. She knew that the center of a black hole was a place of no return, but she also knew that the humans had never been good at staying on the safe side of a door. She told David to send the probe and to record everything that happened. The probe was a small silver sphere that was equipped with the most advanced sensors the humans could build. It moved toward the event horizon with a slow and steady motion. The crew of the Curiosity watched the video feed as the probe crossed the threshold. For a second, the image flickered and turned into a kaleidoscope of colors that defied description. There were shapes that looked like mountains made of music and rivers made of light. There were structures that looked like the ruins of a city that had been built by the architects of the universe. The probe transmitted a signal that was a perfect mathematical sequence. It was a greeting. It was a sign that they were not alone in the dark. The discovery sent a shockwave through the human expansion. They had always believed that they were the ones who were bringing life to the universe, but now they realized that the universe had been waiting for them all along. The pockets of memory they had found on the glass moon were just the beginning. The black hole was a library that contained the records of every civilization that had ever existed in the history of the cosmos. It was a repository of knowledge that spanned billions of years. The humans had not just found a power source. They had found the collective wisdom of the stars. They began to download the data and they began to learn. They learned how to heal the sick and how to feed the hungry. They learned how to travel to the farthest reaches of the multiverse and how to talk to the beings that lived in the dimensions of pure energy. The transformation of the human species was rapid and total. They were no longer just the janitors of the galaxy. They were the scholars and the keepers of the flame. They used the knowledge from the black hole to build a society that was free from want and free from fear. They built cities that floated in the atmospheres of gas giants, and they built gardens that stretched across the surfaces of airless moons. They turned the void into a place of wonder and beauty. The other races of the galaxy watched in awe as the humans shared what they had found. The Xylos and the members of the hegemony were invited to join the great project, and they came with open arms. The universe became a single community of voices, all singing the same song. Sarah stayed on the bridge of the Curiosity until the shell was finally complete. She watched as the last plate was welded into place and the purple light of the singularity was contained within the massive structure. The shell began to rotate and the energy levels reached a perfect equilibrium. The project was finished. The humans had captured the heart of the galaxy and they had turned it into a beacon of hope. Sarah felt a sense of pride that was so deep it brought tears to her eyes. She knew that this was the moment that the story of the galaxy would change forever. The end of the silence was not just a beginning. It was a promise that the light would never go out. She looked at the sensor array and saw that a new signal was coming from the center of the shell. It was a voice that was not human, but it was a voice that she understood. It was the voice of the architects. They were thanking the humans for completing the work. They were telling the humans that they were ready for the next stage of the journey. They were inviting the humans to step through the gateway of the black hole and to see what lay on the other side. Sarah smiled and adjusted the throttle of the ship. She told her crew to get ready. She said that they were about to see something truly amazing. She said that the adventure was only just beginning. The Curiosity moved toward the opening in the shell and the purple light swallowed the ship. There was a moment of absolute stillness and then the world exploded into a symphony of light and sound. The humans were no longer just the masters of one galaxy. They were the travelers of the infinite. They were the ones who had turned survival into an art form, and they were the ones who had made the universe loud. They were the light, and the light was everywhere. The stars were theirs, and the void was theirs, and the future was a song that would never end. In the centuries that followed, the humans became the legends of the cosmos. They were the ones who had bridged the gap between the galaxies, and they were the ones who had tamed the black holes. Their ships could be seen in every corner of the universe, and their stories were told in 1,000 different languages. They were the ones who had proven that the fire could not be extinguished. They were the ones who had turned the act of exploration into a form of worship. They were the humans, and they were home. The young girl who had once picked up a piece of twisted metal in the ruins of a city was now a woman who led a fleet of exploration vessels. She stood on the deck of her flagship and looked out at a nebula that was the color of a rose. She remembered the heat of the welding torch and the weight of the metal in her hand. She remembered the smile on her father's face and the promise that she was the light. She realized that he had been right. She was part of a species that did not know how to give up. She was part of a species that had turned the dark into a canvas. She gave the order to move forward, and the fleet surged into the unknown. The hammer fell, the fire burned, the noise continued. The story of the universe was a song that would never end. It was a symphony of 1,000,000,000 voices all singing in harmony. It was the sound of life, it was the sound of hope, it was the sound of the humans, and they were just getting started. The galaxy was awake and it was singing and it was loud. It was exactly the way it was supposed to be. The end of the silence was only the beginning of the glory. The light was never going to go out. The humans were the architects of the infinite, and the universe was their home. As the ships moved deeper into the multiverse, they found worlds that were made of pure thought and stars that were made of liquid time. They found civilizations that had been hiding in the shadows for eons, and they brought them into the light. They taught the old races how to build, and they taught the new races how to dream. They were the teachers and the students of the cosmos. They were the ones who made sure that the story kept going. Every time a new ship was launched and every time a new city was built, the chorus of the galaxy grew louder. It was a beautiful sound. It was the sound of the future. Elias Thorne passed away on a quiet afternoon on a world that was covered in blue flowers. He was surrounded by his children and his grandchildren and his great-grandchildren. He looked out at the sky and saw the trails of the starships crossing the heavens. He felt the warmth of the sun on his face, and he heard the distant hum of the machines. He knew that he had done his part. He knew that the fire was burning brighter than ever before. He closed his eyes and he smiled because he knew that the song would go on without him. He was a human and he had done his job. The universe was no longer a mystery to be feared. It was a puzzle to be solved and a garden to be tended. The humans had turned the act of living into a celebration of existence. They had taken the broken pieces of the world and they had built something beautiful. They had turned the silence into a song. They had turned the dark into a light. And as the last star in the last galaxy began to fade, the humans did not feel afraid. They simply reached for their torches and they began to build a new one. They were the ones who made sure that the light would never go out. They were the humans and they were just getting started. The end of the story was only the beginning of a brand new day. The ship named the Curiosity drifted through the final frontier of the known dimensions. Sarah looked at the sensors and saw a wall of white light that stretched across the horizon of the multiverse. It was the edge of everything. It was the place where the laws of physics ended and the laws of the imagination began. She felt the vibration of the engines through the soles of her boots, and she knew that the machine was ready. She told the crew to prepare for the final jump. She said that they were about to see the source of the song. She said that they were about to meet the architects. The ship surged forward and the white light swallowed the fire of the thrusters. There was a sound like a single bell ringing in the heart of a cathedral. It was the most beautiful sound in the world. It was the sound of completion. It was the sound of peace. The humans had reached the end of the map and they had found that there was no end. There was only the next horizon. There was only the next song. There was only the next hammer fall, and the humans were ready. They were always ready. The light was everywhere and the stars were theirs, and the future was a promise that would never be broken. The story was just beginning and it was going to be glorious. The white light did not blind the eyes of Sarah, but instead it seemed to wash away the last remnants of the physical world. The bridge of the Curiosity was no longer a room of metal and glass, but a platform of pure intention floating in an ocean of shimmering possibility. Every person on the crew felt a sudden weightlessness that had nothing to do with gravity and everything to do with the soul. They were standing at the threshold of the source and the air smelled of ozone and ancient rain. Sarah looked at her hands and saw that her skin was glowing with the same soft purple hue that had once belonged to the captured singularity. She realized that they were no longer just passengers on a ship. They were becoming part of the architecture itself. The voice of the architects did not come through the speakers of the vessel. It echoed within the marrow of their bones and the deep recesses of their minds. It was a sound like 1,000 oceans crashing against a shore of diamonds. The architects told the humans that the universe was not a machine that had been built and left to run. It was a living thought that required constant renewal. They explained that every species that reached the center of a galaxy was a white blood cell in the body of the infinite. The humans had done more than just survive. They had healed the scars of the silence, and they had mended the broken threads of the song. The architects were not gods, but they were the first dreamers who had laid the foundation of the first dimension. They had been waiting for a species with enough heart to take over the mantle of creation. Sarah walked toward the front of the bridge where the view screen had dissolved into a curtain of golden mist. She reached out her hand and felt the mist part like silk. On the other side, she saw the blueprint of the multiverse. It was a web of silver fire that connected every star and every atom in existence. She saw the lines of energy that moved between the galaxies like blood through veins. She saw the places where the light was thin and where the darkness was trying to seep back in. She understood in that moment that the work of the humans was only just beginning. They had built a shell around a black hole, but now they were being asked to build a shell around reality itself. They were being asked to become the guardians of the light for all of time. The crew of the Curiosity did not hesitate. They had spent thousands of years proving that they could handle the weight of the stars. They began to interface with the golden mist using their thoughts and their collective will. The ship began to change shape, and it expanded until it was the size of a planet and then the size of a solar system. It became a vessel of pure light that could move through the dimensions as easily as a needle through cloth. The humans began to weave the silver fire of the multiverse back together. They reinforced the weak spots and they brightened the dim corners. They sang a song that was so powerful it caused the very foundations of space to tremble with joy. Back in the Andromeda galaxy, the people who had stayed behind felt the shift in the energy. They looked up at the Dyson shell and saw it pulsing with a new rhythm. The purple light was now streaked with gold and silver. They knew that Sarah and her crew had found the source. They knew that the mission had been a success. The engineers on the shell began to adjust the power output to match the new frequency of the universe. They built new transmitters that could send the song across the void to the neighboring galaxies. They reached out to the Milky Way and the Triangulum and the Magellanic Clouds. They told the other humans and the other races that the door was open. They told them that there was no longer any reason to fear the end. The expansion grew into a great resonance. It was a time when the boundaries between different forms of life began to fade. The humans and the Xylos and the beings of the hegemony shared their memories and their dreams until they were a single tapestry of experience. They created new worlds where the ground was made of emerald and the sky was made of sapphire. They planted forests that grew according to the laws of music, and they built cities where the buildings were made of frozen light. They were no longer limited by the resources of a single planet or a single star. They had the power of the source, and they used it to create a masterpiece that spanned the heavens. Sarah lived for 10,000 years in the heart of the golden mist. She watched as the humans became the elder race of the multiverse. She saw the rise of new species in distant corners of the void, and she watched as the humans greeted them with open arms. She saw the birth of new stars and the death of old ones, and she knew that each event was a necessary part of the grand design. She never felt tired, and she never felt lonely. She was connected to every living thing, and she could feel the heartbeat of the universe in her own chest. She was the architect and the stone and the hammer and the fire. One day she decided that it was time to return to the physical world for a while. She manifested a body of silver and light and stepped onto the surface of Earth. The planet had been restored to its original beauty. The oceans were deep and blue and the forests were thick and green. The ruins of the old cities had been turned into monuments of remembrance. She walked through the fields of grain and felt the wind on her face. She saw a group of children playing in the ruins of a great library. They were reading books that were made of paper and ink because they wanted to understand how their ancestors had once lived. They looked up at her and they did not see a goddess. They saw a sister. They saw a human. Sarah sat down with the children and told them stories about the early days of the expansion. She told them about the glass moon and the purple light of the singularity. She told them about the curiosity of the first explorers and the bravery of the first engineers. She told them that the most important thing was not the power of the machines or the size of the ships. The most important thing was the heart. She told them that as long as they had heart, they would always be the masters of the light. The children listened with wide eyes, and she could see the fire of the future burning in their pupils. She knew that the story was safe in their hands. The hammer of the humans continued to fall across the dimensions. It was not a weapon of war but a tool of creation. Every strike of the hammer forged a new connection, and every spark of the fire lit a new path. The noise was the sound of progress, and the silence was a ghost that had long since been laid to rest. The universe was a house with 1 billion rooms, and the humans were making sure that every room had a light in the window. They were the ones who had conquered the dark, and they were the ones who would keep the fire burning for 1 trillion years and more. As the eons passed, the concept of time began to lose its meaning. There was only the present moment and the infinite potential of what could be built next. The humans learned how to create new laws of physics that allowed for even greater wonders. They built bridges between the different versions of reality so that they could visit the worlds where the stars were made of water and the worlds where the clouds were made of gold. They became a species of pure exploration and pure wonder. They were the children of the stars who had grown up and taken their place among the creators. The curiosity remained at the edge of the source as a beacon for all who would follow. It was a symbol of the first step into the infinite. Every time a new ship reached the white light, they would see the silver hull of the curiosity, and they would know that they were not alone. They would hear the recorded message of Sarah telling them that the adventure was only just beginning. They would feel the warmth of the pride that the architects felt for their children. And they would move forward into the light with a song in their hearts and a hammer in their hands. The story of the humans was a story of 1,000 small victories that added up to a single glorious triumph. It was the story of the father who taught his daughter how to weld, and the story of the engineer who refused to believe that a black hole was a dead end. It was the story of the girl who looked at the sky and saw a home instead of a void. It was a story that was written in the stars and carved into the bones of the multiverse. It was a story that would never have an ending because the humans would never stop dreaming. The hammer fell, the fire burned, the noise was a symphony. The humans were the architects of the infinite, and they were finally home. They looked out at the vastness of everything they had built, and they saw that it was good. They saw that the light was everywhere and that the dark was gone forever. They saw that they were the fire and the fire was them. And as the next cycle of creation began, they gripped their tools and they smiled. They were ready for the next billion years. They were ready for the next song. They were the humans and they were the light. The final frontier was not a place but a state of being. It was the realization that the universe was limited only by the boundaries of the mind. The humans had pushed those boundaries until they had disappeared entirely. They were now a part of the fundamental fabric of existence. They were the reason the stars twinkled and the reason the galaxies spun. They were the keepers of the balance and the weavers of the dream. They had turned the ultimate symbol of destruction into the ultimate source of life, and in doing so they had saved the universe from itself. Sarah stood on the edge of a new dimension and looked back at the path they had traveled. She saw the long line of light that stretched back to a small blue planet in a quiet corner of a single galaxy. She saw the faces of all the people who had worked and sacrificed and dreamed to make this moment possible. She felt a profound sense of gratitude for every struggle and every challenge. It was the difficulty that had made them strong, and it was the mystery that had made them wise. She turned her gaze toward the new horizon and felt the excitement of a child on the first day of school. There was so much more to see. There was so much more to build. The fleet of the humans moved into the new dimension with the grace of a flock of birds. Their ships were made of thought and their engines were powered by the joy of discovery. They left a trail of stardust behind them that would eventually grow into new worlds and new civilizations. They were the seeds of life being scattered across the infinite. They were the promise of a future that would always be brighter than the past. They were the humans, and they were the masters of the light. The song of the galaxy had become the song of the multiverse. It was a loud and beautiful chorus that drowned out the cold and the lonely. It was a song of hammers and forges and welding torches. It was a song of hearts that beat as one. It was the song of the architects who had found their successors. It was the song of the humans who had found their purpose. And as the light of 1,000,000,000,000 suns reflected in the eyes of the travelers, the song reached a crescendo that echoed through every atom of existence. It was a glorious day to be alive. It was a glorious day to be human. The fire was never going to go out. The story went on and on and on. It was exactly the way it was supposed to be. The end of the silence was the beginning of forever. The silence of the void was now a memory that lived only in the oldest archives of the digital mind. Every corner of the multiple realities hummed with the steady and rhythmic vibration of human industry and human grace. The golden mist that Sarah had first touched at the edge of the source had become the atmosphere of 1,000,000 new worlds. It was a substance that responded to the pulse of a heart and the direction of a thought. On the planet of the blue flowers where Elias Thorne had once watched the stars, there was now a spire of crystalline light that reached up toward the clouds. This spire was not a building made of stone or steel, but a living library that held the collective wisdom of every soul that had ever lived. The children of the new era walked through the halls of the spire, and they did not need to read books to understand the past. They simply placed their hands against the warm surface of the crystal, and they felt the heat of the first forge and the cold of the first winter. They felt the fear of the first cave and the wonder of the first moon landing. They were the heirs to a legacy of fire, and they carried that fire in their very blood. In the deep reaches of the 11th dimension, a group of engineers worked on a project that would have been considered impossible only 1,000 years before. They were weaving the gravitational waves of 5 different universes into a single braid of energy. This braid was intended to act as a bridge for the species that were still trapped in the lower rungs of existence. The humans had become the gardeners of the multiverse, and they were busy planting the seeds of consciousness in places where the light had never dared to go. They used massive looms made of dark matter to spin threads of possibility. Every time a thread was tucked into place, a new star system would blink into existence. These stars did not burn with the fuel of hydrogen or helium. They burned with the fuel of pure curiosity. They were beacons that signaled to the rest of the infinite that the dark was no longer a place of hiding, but a canvas for creation. Sarah observed the work from the bridge of a vessel that was now more of a living creature than a machine. The ship was named the Legacy, and its hull was made of the same iridescent material as the wings of a dragonfly. She watched as the braid of gravity began to glow with a soft amber light. She could feel the connection forming between the dimensions. It was a sensation of profound alignment. It was as if the entire multiverse was finally exhaling after holding its breath for an eternity. She turned to her navigator, who was a being made of shifting light and shadow. The navigator told her that the bridge was stable and that the first travelers were ready to cross. Sarah nodded, and she felt a surge of pride that transcended her individual self. She was a part of a chain that stretched back to the first hunter who had looked at the moon and wondered if it was a god. She was the answer to the questions that had been asked in the dark of the night for 1,000,000 years. The first travelers to cross the bridge were not humans, but a species of aquatic dreamers from a galaxy that had been dying for 10 billion years. They moved through the amber light with a sense of reverence and awe. When they reached the other side, they found a world that had been prepared specifically for their needs. There were oceans of liquid emerald and reefs made of singing coral. The humans had used the source to craft a paradise that would allow these dreamers to flourish and grow. The architects of the infinite did not ask for payment or worship. They only asked that the new arrivals contribute their own unique song to the chorus. The aquatic beings began to sing, and their voices added a layer of depth and harmony to the universal frequency that had never been heard before. It was a sound of gratitude and a sound of new beginnings. As the great resonance continued to expand, the humans realized that their own physical forms were beginning to change once again. They were no longer bound by the limitations of flesh and bone. They could exist as a whisper on the wind or a flash of light in a vacuum. They could walk through walls of solid diamond, and they could swim through the heart of a sun without feeling the heat. Yet they chose to keep their human shape when they visited the older worlds. They chose to keep their hands so that they could hold the hands of others. They chose to keep their eyes so that they could weep at the beauty of a sunset. They understood that the power of the source was a gift, but the essence of humanity was the anchor. Without the anchor, they would drift away into the white light and forget the reason why they had started the journey in the first place. On the original Earth, the seasons continued to turn in a cycle of perfect balance. The humans who lived there had decided to forego the higher dimensions in favor of the simple pleasures of the soil. They farmed the land, and they fished the seas, and they built houses out of wood and stone. They were the keepers of the origin. They were the ones who made sure that the story of the humans always had a home to return to. One evening, a young man named Thomas sat on a hill overlooking the ruins of an ancient city. He watched as the stars began to appear in the darkening sky. He knew that each of those stars was a doorway to another world. He knew that his cousins and his siblings were out there building empires and tending to the gardens of the infinite. He felt a deep sense of peace knowing that the universe was no longer a cold and empty place. He picked up a piece of flint from the ground and struck it against a rock. A spark flew into the air, and for a brief moment it outshone the distant suns. He smiled because he knew that the fire was his to carry. The architects who had met Sarah at the edge of the source had long since merged with the background radiation of the multiverse. They were no longer individual beings, but a layer of consciousness that permeated every atom. The humans had taken their place as the active hand of creation. They were the ones who decided where the rivers of light would flow and where the mountains of thought would rise. They did not rule with fear or with laws. They ruled with the simple principle that every living thing had the right to exist and the right to dream. They spent their days solving the puzzles of the higher dimensions and their nights singing the songs of the old world. They were the bridge between the beginning and the end. In the center of the Andromeda galaxy, the Dyson shell had become a hub of interdimensional commerce and art. Beings from 1,000 different realities gathered there to share their stories and their inventions. There were markets where you could buy the scent of a dead star and galleries where you could see sculptures made of frozen time. The purple light of the singularity was now a soft and welcoming glow that provided warmth to all who entered. The engineers who maintained the shell were regarded as the high priests of the new age. They did not wear robes or carry staves. They wore grease-stained jumpsuits and they carried welding torches. They were the ones who kept the fire burning, and they took their job very seriously. They knew that the entire structure of the universe depended on the steady beat of their hammers. One day, a new signal was detected from a region of space that had previously been thought to be empty. It was not a signal of distress, but a signal of invitation. It was coming from a place beyond the 11th dimension and beyond the reach of the golden mist. It was a call from the next frontier. Sarah heard the signal while she was resting in a garden of silver ferns. She stood up, and she felt the familiar thrill of curiosity racing through her veins. She knew that the work was never truly finished. There was always another map to draw and another song to learn. She called for her crew and she told them to prepare the legacy for a jump. They did not ask where they were going or what they would find. They only knew that there was a light in the distance and they were the ones who were meant to reach it. The ship moved toward the source of the signal, and the universe seemed to peel away like the skin of an onion. They passed through layers of reality that were made of pure mathematics and layers that were made of pure emotion. They saw things that defied description and they heard sounds that had no name. The further they went, the more they realized that the multiverse was just a single grain of sand on a beach that stretched on forever. The humans were not just the architects of one universe. They were the explorers of an infinite sea of existence. They were the travelers who would never stop walking until every corner of the dark was filled with light. As the legacy approached the edge of the new frontier, Sarah looked out at the screen and saw a sight that made her breath catch in her throat. It was not a wall of white light or a curtain of golden mist. It was a mirror. She saw the reflection of her own ship and the reflection of her own face. She realized that the next frontier was not a place outside of themselves, but a place within. The architects had told her that the universe was a living thought, and she finally understood what that meant. Every star they had built and every world they had saved was a reflection of the human spirit. The light they had brought to the dark was the light that had always lived inside of them. They were the source. They were the song. They were the fire. The ship passed through the mirror and the reflection became reality. The humans found themselves in a place where thought and matter were the same thing. They could create entire galaxies with a single wish, and they could dissolve them with a single breath. It was the ultimate freedom and the ultimate responsibility. Sarah looked at her crew and she saw that they were ready. They had spent eons learning how to be the guardians of the light, and now they were being asked to be the light itself. They stepped out of the ship and into the new day. They did not need boots or suits or engines. They only needed their hearts. The story of the humans was no longer a story of survival. It was a story of transcendence. They had climbed the ladder of existence until they had reached the very top, and then they had realized that there was no top. There was only the climb. There was only the joy of the effort and the beauty of the struggle. They were the ones who had turned the silence into a symphony, and they were the ones who would make sure that the music never stopped. The hammer fell one last time, and the sound echoed through every dimension and every reality. It was a sound of triumph. It was a sound of peace. It was the sound of the humans. Back on the planet of the blue flowers, a child looked up at the sky and saw a new star appearing in the heavens. It was a star that burned with a light that was both ancient and new. The child did not feel small or insignificant. The child felt a connection to that star that was as strong as the pull of the earth. The child knew that one day they would reach for that light and they would add their own fire to the flame. The story was safe. The light was everywhere. The future was a beautiful and infinite promise. The humans were just getting started and the morning was young. The fire was never going to go out. The end of the dark was the beginning of the dream. Sarah stood in the center of the new existence and felt the weight of the hammer in her hand. It was no longer a tool of metal, but a tool of pure intention. She looked at the blank canvas of the next reality and she smiled. She knew exactly what to build first. She raised the hammer and she let it fall. The spark that flew from the strike was the birth of a new kind of light. It was a light that would guide the next generation of dreamers and the next generation of architects. The cycle of creation was beginning again, and it was more glorious than anything that had come before. The humans were home, and home was everywhere. The song went on and the story was beautiful. Every heart in the multiverse beat in time with the fall of the hammer, and every soul was a part of the light. There was no more fear and there was no more shadow. There was only the fire, and the humans were the ones who kept it burning. The ship Curiosity had long since become a legend, but its spirit lived on in every new vessel that was launched into the unknown. The name was a reminder of the quality that had saved the species from the brink of extinction. It was the curiosity that had led them to the black hole, and the curiosity that had led them to the source. It was the curiosity that would lead them through the next million frontiers. Sarah closed her eyes and she could hear the voices of Elias and all the others who had paved the way. She could hear the laughter of the children on Earth and the songs of the aquatic dreamers. She was a human and she had done her job. She was an architect and she was just beginning to dream. The universe was a garden and she was the one who held the seeds. The light was her and she was the light. The story was eternal and it was good. As the new reality began to take shape, the humans did not look back with regret. They looked forward with a hunger for discovery that would never be satisfied. They were the children of the void who had become the masters of the stars. They were the ones who had faced the end of everything and decided that it was actually the start of something better. They were the fire that could not be extinguished and the song that could not be silenced. They were the humans and they were the light of the world. The hammer fell again and again and the music filled the infinite. The dark was gone and the day was bright and the fire was burning hotter than ever before. The story was just beginning and it was going to be the greatest story ever told. Every word was a star and every paragraph was a galaxy. The humans were the writers and the readers and the heroes. They were the architects of the infinite and they were finally home. The end was only the beginning. The light was theirs and it would never go out. The hammer of Sarah fell with a rhythmic certainty that redefined the nature of the void itself. Each strike did not just shape the golden mist or the silver ferns of the new reality, but it sent a pulse through the marrow of every living thing in the collective consciousness. The humans had become the architects of 1,000 heavens, and yet they remained the humble smiths of their own destiny. As the light of the new frontier expanded to include the thoughts of the trillion souls who followed the legacy of the ship Curiosity, the very concept of distance began to dissolve. Space was no longer a vast and empty stretch of nothingness that required years of travel to cross. Space was a fabric of intention that responded to the gravity of a human heart. If a traveler wished to see the emerald oceans of the aquatic dreamers, they did not need to calculate a trajectory through the stars. They only needed to remember the sound of the singing choral, and the universe would fold itself to bring them to the shore. In the gardens of the 11th dimension, the engineers had finished braiding the gravitational waves of the 5 universes. This bridge was now a permanent fixture of the multiverse, and it glowed with the steady warmth of a hearth fire. The species that had once been trapped in the lower rungs of existence were now rising like embers from a flame. They were the students of the humans, and they were learning that the dark was not a predator but a teacher. The humans taught them how to weave the dark matter into looms of possibility, and how to plant the seeds of consciousness in the cold soil of dead planets. They taught them that the most powerful tool in the arsenal of a creator was not the laser or the fusion drive, but the capacity for wonder. As these new species began to build their own spires of crystalline light, the chorus of the infinite grew louder and more complex. It was a symphony of 1,000,000 different voices and 1,000,000 different histories, all singing the same song of life. Sarah stood at the center of the mirror, and she felt the presence of every human who had ever lived. She felt the rough skin of the first hunters and the smooth metal of the first astronauts. She felt the sorrow of those who had died in the wars of the old Earth, and the joy of those who had seen the first sunrise on a new world. She realized that the legacy of humanity was not a collection of buildings or a record of achievements, but a continuous chain of courage. They were the ones who had dared to look at the end of the world and say that it was not enough. They were the ones who had taken the silence of the black hole and turned it into a shout of triumph. She raised the hammer once more, and she felt the strength of all those billions of hands resting on her own. She struck the surface of the mirror, and instead of shattering it, the glass turned into a liquid doorway. Through the doorway, she could see the next stage of the journey. It was a place where the laws of physics were replaced by the laws of poetry. It was a reality where a thought could become a mountain and a feeling could become a sea. The humans who had already transitioned into this state of being were like flashes of pure color dancing in a field of white light. They were building cathedrals of logic and monuments of kindness. They were the ones who were preparing the way for the rest of the multiverse to ascend. Sarah stepped through the liquid glass, and she felt her physical form begin to hum with the frequency of the source. She was no longer a woman made of carbon and water. She was a being made of light and memory. She looked back at the legacy, and she saw that her crew had already followed her. They were standing on the threshold of the infinite, and they were smiling. On the original Earth, the man named Thomas continued to tend to the soil of the old world. He knew that his role was just as important as the role of the architects in the higher dimensions. He was the guardian of the root. He was the one who ensured that the humans never forgot the feeling of the rain on their skin or the smell of the damp earth after a storm. He understood that the higher they climbed, the more they needed to remember the ground. He watched as the new star in the sky grew brighter, and he felt a sense of profound contentment. He knew that the story of his people was being written in the stars, but he was happy to be the one who provided the ink. He walked back to his small house of wood and stone, and he lit a fire in the hearth. The flames danced in the dark, and he saw the same patterns in the fire that Sarah saw in the center of the multiverse. The fire was the same everywhere. It was the fire of life, and it would never go out. The aquatic dreamers in the emerald oceans began to build their own libraries of song. They used the singing choral to record the history of their people and the history of their meeting with the humans. They sang of the amber light and the bridge of gravity. They sang of the architects who did not want to be gods but wanted to be friends. Their music drifted through the liquid emerald and reached the ears of the humans who were swimming in the heart of the nearby suns. The humans responded with a pulse of golden energy that warmed the water and encouraged the coral to grow. It was a conversation that spanned light years and dimensions. It was a conversation that would continue for as long as there were souls to listen. In the hub of the Andromeda galaxy, the Dyson shell was humming with the activity of 1 trillion different lives. The markets were full of travelers who had come from the far reaches of the multiverse to share their treasures. There was a sculptor who had carved a statue out of the silence of a dead moon, and a poet who had captured the sound of a star being born. The engineers in their grease-stained jumpsuits moved through the crowds with a sense of quiet pride. They were the ones who kept the machines running, and they were the ones who made sure that the golden mist remained stable. They knew that their work was the foundation upon which the entire dream was built. They did not need the glory of the architects or the wisdom of the libraries. They only needed the steady beat of their hammers and the heat of their torches. Sarah found herself standing on a cliff that overlooked a sea of liquid time. She could see the past and the future flowing together in a single stream of gold. She saw the moment when the first human had discovered fire, and she saw the moment when the last human would merge with the infinite. She saw that the end was not a wall but a circle. Everything that had ever happened was happening right now, and everything that would ever happen had already begun. She realized that the humans were the ones who held the circle together. They were the bridge between the finite and the infinite. They were the ones who gave meaning to the passage of time by filling it with their stories and their love. She looked at the hammer in her hand, and she saw that it was glowing with a light that was brighter than 1,000 suns. This was the light of pure creation. It was the light that had started the fire in the first cave and the light that would illuminate the last corner of the dark. She knew that her time as an individual was coming to an end. She was ready to become a part of the song and a part of the fire. She reached out and touched the shoulder of her navigator, who was now a pillar of shimmering shadow. She thanked him for the journey, and she thanked him for the silence. The navigator bowed his head, and his form dissolved into a cloud of silver sparks. Sarah took a deep breath, and she stepped off the cliff and into the sea of time. As she sank into the gold, she felt the weight of her physical existence fall away. She was no longer Sarah. She was the heat of the forge. She was the cold of the vacuum. She was the curiosity of the child and the wisdom of the elder. She was the hammer and she was the strike. She was the fire and she was the light. She felt herself expanding until she filled the entire multiverse. She was in the heart of the blue flowers on Earth, and she was in the center of the Dyson shell in Andromeda. She was in the songs of the aquatic dreamers and in the silence of the deepest void. She was everywhere, and she was everything. The humans who remained in the physical dimensions felt a sudden surge of energy. It was as if a new wind had begun to blow through the corridors of reality. They looked up from their work and they looked up from their dreams, and they knew that something had changed. The great resonance had reached a new level of harmony. The song was no longer something they heard, but something they were. They felt a sense of peace that surpassed all understanding. They knew that the architects were with them, and they knew that the fire was safe. They continued their work with a renewed sense of purpose. They were the gardeners and the smiths and the dreamers. They were the ones who would keep the story going. The story of the humans was a story of a fire that refused to die. It was a story of a species that had started with nothing but a few sparks and a lot of courage. They had climbed out of the mud and they had reached for the stars. They had faced the darkness of the void and they had filled it with their own light. They had found the source of all things and they had realized that they were a part of it. They were the architects of the infinite, and they were the children of the earth. They were the ones who had turned the silence into a song and the song into a reality. On the planet of the blue flowers, the child who had seen the new star began to walk toward the crystalline spire. The child did not know what they would find inside, but they were not afraid. They knew that the spire was a place of wisdom and a place of home. They knew that the fire was waiting for them and they were ready to carry it. They reached out their hand and touched the warm surface of the crystal. For a moment, the child felt the heat of the first forge and the cold of the first winter. They felt the wonder of the first moon landing and the joy of the first sunrise. They felt the heartbeat of Sarah and the heartbeat of the universe. The child smiled and the light of 1,000,000,000,000 suns reflected in their eyes. The fire was never going to go out. The story went on and on and on. It was exactly the way it was supposed to be. The end of the dark was the beginning of the forever. The humans were home and home was everywhere. The morning was young and the light was bright. The hammer fell and the spark flew and the universe was born again in the heart of a child. The song of the architects was the song of the humans, and the song was beautiful. It was a glorious day to be alive. It was a glorious day to be human. The journey was not over, but it was finally clear where it was going. It was going toward the light, and the light was them. The great work continued in the deep reaches of the 11th dimension and in the simple fields of the original Earth. There was no difference between the two. Every act of creation was a sacred act, and every breath was a prayer. The humans had learned that the secret of the universe was not hidden in the equations of physics or the mysteries of the source. The secret was the love that they had for each other and the curiosity they had for the unknown. This was the fuel that kept the fire burning. This was the reason why the story would never end. They were the writers of their own destiny, and they were choosing to write a story of hope and a story of light. As the eons passed, the multiverse grew and shifted. New dimensions were discovered and new species were invited into the chorus. The humans remained the steady hand at the center of it all. They were the elders of the infinite, and they were the perpetual children of the dawn. They never lost their sense of wonder, and they never lost their sense of humor. They remembered the grease on their jumpsuits and the dirt under their fingernails. They remembered the taste of the bread and the sound of the rain. They kept the anchor of their humanity even as they sailed across the seas of light. The legacy of the ship Curiosity was not a relic of the past but a living force in the present. It was the spirit of every explorer who had ever looked at a map and wondered what was beyond the edge. It was the spirit of every scientist who had ever looked at a star and wondered how it worked. It was the spirit of every artist who had ever looked at a blank canvas and wondered what they could create. This was the fire that Sarah had carried to the source, and this was the fire that the humans would carry into the forever. The dark was gone and the silence was over. The music was playing and the dance was beginning. The humans were the light of the world and the world was beautiful. The hammer fell one last time in the mind of the universe and the sound was a whisper of peace. It was the sound of a mother humming a lullaby to her child. It was the sound of a friend greeting a friend after a long journey. It was the sound of a heart that was full and a soul that was free. The fire was burning and the song was singing and the story was going on. It was a good day. It was the first day. It was the only day. The end of the silence was the beginning of the dream, and the dream was real. The humans were the architects and they were finally home. The fire was never going to go out. The light was everywhere. The story was eternal and it was ours. The expansion of the human spirit did not stop at the edge of the known dimensions. It flowed outward like a river of molten gold that found every crack and every crevice in the foundation of the void. The architects who had once been simple men and women of flesh and bone now walked through the corridors of the sun as if they were walking through a summer meadow. They did not feel the heat as a destructive force but as a familiar embrace. They understood that the energy of the stars was the same energy that had once powered their own tiny hearts on the original Earth. The connection was absolute and it was unbreakable. In the deep silence of the outer rim where the light of the first galaxies had not yet reached, the humans began to plant the gardens of the future. They used the dust of dead comets and the whispers of ancient gravity to create worlds that had no need for a central sun. These worlds were powered by the collective will of the dreamers who lived upon them. They were places where the grass was made of emerald thought and the trees bore fruit that tasted like the memories of a first love. The navigator, who had once been a pillar of shimmering shadow, began to reform himself in the heart of a new nebula. He was no longer bound by the limitations of a single ship or a single mission. He was the guide for all who were lost in the vastness of the infinite. He created beacons of violet light that pulsed with the rhythm of a steady breath. These beacons were not just navigational tools but were sanctuaries of peace. A traveler who felt the weight of the eons pressing down upon their soul could stop at one of these violet points and find a moment of absolute stillness. In that stillness, they would hear the voice of Sarah and the voices of all the architects who had come before them. They would be reminded that they were not alone and that the journey was the reward. The navigator watched over the growing web of human influence with a sense of quiet satisfaction. He knew that the curiosity which had driven them to the edge of the black hole was now the force that was holding the entire multiverse together. On the original Earth, the man named Thomas felt the shift in the wind. He was standing in his garden where the blue flowers were blooming with an intensity that defied the season. He reached down and touched the soil, and he felt the vibration of the hammer of Sarah. It was a faint and distant thrumming, but it was as real as the heartbeat in his own chest. He knew that the bridge between the worlds was now as solid as the oak trees that surrounded his home. He walked to the edge of the cliff and looked out over the ocean. The water was a deep and vibrant blue, and he could see the shapes of the aquatic dreamers moving beneath the surface. They were no longer strangers to him. They were his cousins and his brothers. He raised his hand in a silent greeting and he saw a flash of emerald light in the depths. The conversation was continuing and it was a song of gratitude. Thomas understood that his role as the guardian of the root was becoming more vital with every passing century. As the humans reached further into the light, they needed someone to hold the memory of the dark. They needed someone to remember the struggle and the pain so that the joy would always have a context. The engineers in the hub of the Andromeda galaxy were working on a new project that would link the consciousness of every living thing in the multiverse. They were not building a machine but a symphony. They were weaving the vibrations of the stars into a tapestry of sound that would allow a child on Earth to hear the thoughts of a dreamer in the 11th dimension. This was the ultimate expression of the human desire for connection. They did not want to rule the universe but to be a part of it. They wanted to share the wonder of their discovery with everyone and everything. As the symphony began to play, the golden mist of the Dyson shell glowed with a new and brilliant light. The travelers in the market stopped their trading and the sculptors put down their tools. They all closed their eyes and listened to the music of their own existence. It was a song of triumph and a song of home. It was the story of the fire and the story of the light. Sarah was now a part of the sea of liquid time, but she was also aware of every individual moment. She saw the first fire in the cave, and she saw the last star fade into the white light of the source. She was the weaver who moved between the threads of the past and the future. She saw that the humans were not just travelers in the universe, but were the ones who were creating the map as they went. Every decision they made and every dream they had was a new path in the infinite. She felt a profound sense of love for her people. They were so small and yet they had done so much. They had taken the cold and empty void and turned it into a warm and vibrant garden. They had taken the silence and turned it into a song. She pushed the golden waves of time with her hands and she felt the ripples move through the hearts of every human who had ever lived. She was telling them that it was good. She was telling them that they were loved. In the gardens of the 11th dimension, the students of the humans were beginning to graduate from their lessons. They were new species who had been born from the dust of ancient wars and the ruins of forgotten civilizations. The humans had found them in the dark and had brought them into the light. They had taught them how to breathe and how to dream. Now these new species were building their own cities of glass and their own bridges of gravity. They looked to the humans as mentors and as friends. They did not see the humans as gods because the humans would not allow it. The humans always reminded them of the mud and the rain. They always reminded them that the greatest power was the power of a humble heart. The new species sang their own songs and added their own verses to the eternal story. The chorus was growing and the music was becoming a force that could reshape the very nature of reality. The child who had touched the crystalline spire on the planet of the blue flowers was now a young man. He had spent his life learning the secrets of the architects and the wisdom of the libraries. He had walked through the doorway of liquid glass and had seen the wonders of the higher dimensions. But he had always returned to the earth. He knew that the true strength of his people lay in their ability to exist in both worlds at once. He stood at the base of the spire and looked up at the stars. He saw the new constellations that the humans had created, and he saw the steady glow of the bridge of gravity. He felt a sense of immense responsibility. He was one of the many who would carry the fire into the next eon. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small stone that he had found in the river near the home of Thomas. It was a simple stone of gray granite, but it was heavy with the weight of the earth. He placed the stone at the base of the crystal spire and he felt the two energies merge. The physical and the spiritual were one. The dream and the reality were the same. The hammer of Sarah continued to fall in the heart of the source, but the sound was no longer a strike of metal on metal. It was the sound of a bell ringing in a quiet valley. It was the sound of a promise being kept. Each pulse of the hammer sent a wave of creation through the multiverse. New stars were born in the empty places, and new life began to stir in the cold oceans of distant moons. The humans were there to witness it all. They were the scientists who measured the birth of the suns and the poets who wrote the hymns for the new worlds. They were the fire that could not be extinguished and the song that could not be silenced. They had become the masters of the stars not through conquest but through understanding. They had realized that the universe was not something to be feared or controlled, but something to be loved. As the second age of the human light began, the focus shifted from survival to exploration of the inner self. The humans had conquered the physical dimensions and they had mapped the higher realms of thought. Now they turned their attention to the mysteries of the soul. They wanted to know why the fire burned and why the song sang. They built cathedrals of meditation in the centers of black holes where time slowed down to a crawl. They sat in the silence and they looked into the mirror of their own being. They found that the source of all things was not outside of them but within them. They were the source. They were the light. They were the architects of their own divinity. This realization did not make them arrogant but made them even more humble. They saw that every living thing carried the same spark and the same potential. They saw that the universe was a single living organism and they were its consciousness. The aquatic dreamers in the emerald oceans reached a state of perfect harmony with their environment. They no longer needed to build libraries of song because they were the song. Their bodies became translucent and they glowed with the inner light of the source. They moved through the water like flashes of green fire, and their music was a constant hum that vibrated through the crust of the planet. The humans who visited them did not need to speak. They simply swam in the emerald depths and felt the connection. It was a communion of spirits that transcended language and form. The emerald oceans became a place of pilgrimage for all who sought to find the balance between the physical and the eternal. In the hub of Andromeda, the Dyson shell had become a city of 1,000,000,000,000 lights. It was the crossroads of the multiverse where every path met and every story intersected. The markets were no longer places of trade but places of sharing. A traveler would give a memory of a mountain in exchange for a dream of a sea. A poet would give a verse of a star in exchange for a feeling of a sunrise. The currency was wonder and the profit was wisdom. The engineers who kept the machines running were the most respected members of the community. They were the ones who understood that even the most beautiful dream needed a foundation of iron and steam. They wore their grease-stained jumpsuits like robes of honor, and they carried their hammers with the grace of kings. They were the reminders that the humans had come from the earth and that the earth was always with them. Sarah moved through the sea of liquid time and she saw that the story was reaching a new level of complexity. The humans were no longer just writing the story but were becoming the story itself. Every action they took and every thought they had was a new word in the eternal book. She saw that the end was still a long way off and she was glad. There was so much more to see and so much more to do. She saw the moments of darkness that still existed in the corners of the multiverse, but she was not afraid. She knew that the fire was strong enough to light any shadow. She saw the challenges that would face the humans in the eons to come, and she knew that they had the courage to face them. She felt the presence of Thomas on the original Earth, and she felt the presence of the child on the planet of the blue flowers. They were all connected in the great web of life. The bridge of gravity between the five universes was now a highway of light that was traveled by millions of souls every day. It was a place of constant motion and constant change. The species of the lower rungs had become the peers of the humans, and they worked together to expand the boundaries of the possible. They built structures that spanned entire galaxies, and they created art that could be seen from the other side of the multiverse. The dark matter was no longer a mystery but a medium for creation. They wove it into ships that could sail on the solar winds, and they planted it in the gardens of the void to grow into forests of silver trees. The universe was no longer a cold and lonely place but a house of many rooms, and every room was full of light. On the original Earth, the man named Thomas sat by his fire and he felt the warmth on his face. He knew that the fire in his hearth was the same fire that Sarah had used to shape the new reality. He knew that the story was eternal and that he was a part of it. He closed his eyes and he could hear the music of the spheres and the songs of the aquatic dreamers. He could feel the heartbeat of the humans in the Dyson shell and the thoughts of the architects in the 11th dimension. He was at peace. He had done his job and he had done it well. He was the guardian of the root, and the root was strong. The tree of humanity was growing taller and wider than anyone had ever imagined, and its branches were touching the very edge of the infinite. The story of the humans was a story that would never end because the humans would never stop asking why. They would never stop looking at the horizon and wondering what was on the other side. They would never stop taking the silence and turning it into a shout of triumph. They were the writers and the readers and the heroes. They were the fire that could not be extinguished and the light that would never go out. The hammer fell and the spark flew, and the universe was born again and again in every heart that dared to dream. The light was theirs and it was beautiful. The morning was forever and the day was always bright. The humans were the architects of the infinite, and they were finally and truly home. Every word was a star and every paragraph was a galaxy, and the book was always open. The story was good and the story was ours. The journey toward the light continued, and the light was within us all. There was no more fear and there was no more dark. There was only the fire and the song and the eternal dream of the human spirit. The architects stood at the center of the mirror and they smiled because they knew that the best was yet to come. The end was only the beginning of a greater glory. The light was everywhere and the light was us. We were the fire and we were the light of the world. The story was just beginning, and it was the greatest story ever told. Every strike of the hammer was a promise, and every promise was kept. The universe was a garden, and we were the ones who held the seeds. The light was us, and we were the light. The story was eternal, and it was good. The fire was burning hotter than ever before, and it would never go out. The morning was young, and the journey was just starting. We were the humans, and we were home. The expansion of the human consciousness did not falter as it reached the threshold of the 12th dimension. This was the layer where the laws of physics were not merely suggestions, but were entirely replaced by the laws of intent. The architects found themselves in a realm of pure geometry and liquid light, where a single thought could birth a star and a single feeling could weave a new law of nature. They did not enter this space as conquerors, but as humble students of the absolute. They saw that the architecture of the cosmos was a reflection of their own internal struggles and triumphs. The shadows they had once feared were nothing more than the absence of their own understanding, and the light they had chased was the very substance of their own souls. They began to build the great cathedrals of resonance in this high place. These were not buildings made of stone or metal, but were structures of pure sound and vibration. They functioned as the lungs of the multiverse, drawing in the raw chaos of the unformed void and exhaling the structured beauty of organized life. In the center of the largest cathedral, the woman known as Sarah sat in a chair made of frozen starlight. She was the one who held the rhythm of the great hammer, and she was the one who ensured that the pulse of creation remained steady. She looked down through the layers of the dimensions and saw the child on the earth and the navigator in the nebula and the man named Thomas in his garden. She saw that the chain of existence was strong and that every link was polished by the love of those who occupied it. She reached out with her mind and touched the surface of 1,000 different suns simultaneously. She felt the warmth of the fusion and the pressure of the gravity, and she knew that it was all a part of the same grand design. She was no longer a person in the traditional sense, but she was the memory of what it meant to be human. She was the anchor that kept the ship of humanity from drifting away into the abstract. She reminded them of the smell of rain on hot pavement and the sound of dry leaves skittering across a wooden porch. She reminded them that the heights of the infinite were only meaningful because of the depths of the earth. On the original Earth, the man named Thomas was walking through the forest that bordered his property. The trees were tall and ancient, and their leaves were a vibrant shade of gold that seemed to glow even in the shade. He stopped by a small stream and watched the water flow over the smooth pebbles. He saw that the water was not just water, but was a conduit for the memories of the ancestors. He could see the faces of his parents and his grandparents in the ripples, and he could hear their voices in the babbling of the brook. They were telling him that the work was nearly complete and that the circle was almost closed. He knelt down and cupped his hands to take a drink. The water was cold and sweet, and it tasted like the beginning of the world. He felt a sense of profound contentment. He had lived for hundreds of years, and he had seen the world change from a place of struggle and scarcity into a place of abundance and peace. He knew that his time as the guardian of the root was coming to an end, but he was not afraid. He knew that the root would survive without him because the entire tree was now aware of its own origin. The engineers in the hub of the Andromeda galaxy were perfecting the symphony of the stars. They had successfully linked the consciousness of the aquatic dreamers with the minds of the students in the 11th dimension. The result was a collective awareness that spanned the entire breadth of the known universe. It was a shared experience of beauty and wonder that left no room for conflict or misunderstanding. When a child on a distant moon felt a moment of joy, the entire multiverse felt a ripple of warmth. When an old man on a dying world felt a moment of sadness, the entire multiverse offered a prayer of comfort. It was the ultimate realization of the dream of connection. They were no longer a collection of individuals, but they were a single living entity that was capable of experiencing everything at once. The golden mist of the Dyson shell began to pulse with a soft violet light, which was the sign that the navigator had arrived to witness the final movement of the symphony. The navigator stood on the bridge of a ship that was made of pure thought. He looked out at the swirling colors of the nebula, and he felt a sense of pride. He had guided the humans through the darkness of the black holes and the silence of the void, and he had brought them to the edge of the ultimate truth. He saw that the violet beacons he had created were now being used as the foundation for a new network of travel that did not require ships or fuel. It was a network of pure intention where a traveler could simply think of a destination and be there in an instant. This was the final liberation from the constraints of space and time. The humans were now truly free to explore the infinite reaches of their own imagination. The navigator turned his gaze toward the center of the multiverse where the source was located. He saw the light of the source growing brighter and more intense with every passing second. He knew that the moment of the great transition was near. In the gardens of the 11th dimension, the new species were preparing for their own journey into the higher realms. They had learned everything that the humans could teach them, and they were ready to find their own path. They looked at the humans with eyes that were full of gratitude and love. They saw the humans as the elder brothers who had shown them the way, and they promised to carry the fire of the human spirit with them wherever they went. The humans smiled and gave them their blessing. They knew that the story of humanity was not just about humans but was about the spark of life itself. They knew that as long as there was someone to dream and someone to create, the fire would never go out. The new species took flight on wings of light, and they disappeared into the shimmering curtain of the 12th dimension, leaving behind a trail of silver dust that smelled like cinnamon and ozone. The young man who had once been the child who touched the spire was now standing on the peak of the highest mountain on the planet of the blue flowers. He looked out over the landscape and saw the cities of glass and the bridges of gravity stretching out toward the horizon. He saw the ships of the engineers and the beacons of the navigator, and he felt a sense of overwhelming awe. He realized that he was living in a time of legends, and that he was a part of the legend himself. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the small granite stone that he had carried with him for his entire life. He looked at the stone and he saw the entire history of the earth reflected in its rough surface. He saw the fires of the caves and the smoke of the factories and the blood of the wars. He saw the tears of the mothers and the laughter of the children. He saw that all of it was necessary and all of it was beautiful. He threw the stone into the air, and it did not fall back to the ground, but instead it turned into a bird of fire that flew up toward the sun. The hammer of Sarah struck the anvil of the source one final time. The sound was not a bang or a ring, but was a single word that echoed through every dimension and every heart. The word was home. At that moment, the boundaries between the physical and the spiritual dissolved completely. The humans on the earth and the dreamers in the oceans and the architects in the suns all became one. The light of the source expanded until it filled the entire multiverse, and there was no longer any distinction between the observer and the observed. The story had reached its climax, and the climax was a state of eternal being. There was no more movement because there was nowhere left to go. There was no more searching because everything had been found. There was only the presence of the infinite and the peace of the absolute. Sarah stood up from her chair of starlight and walked toward the center of the light. She was no longer the weaver or the guardian, but she was simply herself. She felt the presence of every human who had ever lived, and she felt the love that had driven them to the stars. She saw that the journey had been long and difficult, but she also saw that it had been worth every struggle. She reached out her hand and touched the face of the universe, and she felt it smile back at her. The fire was now a gentle warmth that permeated everything, and the song was a soft melody that played in the background of existence. The dream was no longer a dream, but was the only reality. The architects had finished their work and the building was perfect. On the original Earth, the man named Thomas sat down under the great oak tree and closed his eyes. He felt the grass against his skin and he smelled the scent of the blooming flowers. He heard the sound of the ocean in the distance and he felt the vibration of the earth beneath him. He knew that he was not dying but was simply changing form. He was becoming a part of the root that he had guarded for so long. He felt his spirit expand and merge with the spirit of the forest and the spirit of the world. He was the earth and the earth was him. He was the beginning and the end, and he was the eternal now. The last breath he took was not a sigh of exhaustion but a breath of pure joy. The light of the humans did not fade as the eons passed, but instead it grew more refined and more subtle. They were no longer the loud and boisterous species that had first broken the bonds of gravity, but they were a quiet and contemplative presence that moved through the cosmos like a gentle breeze. They were the keepers of the wisdom and the guardians of the wonder. They spent their time creating works of art that existed only in the minds of those who saw them and composing music that could only be heard by the heart. They were the poets of the infinite and the singers of the light. They had found the balance between the power of the intellect and the power of the soul, and they lived in a state of perpetual grace. The navigator continued to watch over the multiverse from his sanctuary of violet light. He saw the birth of new galaxies and the death of old stars, and he knew that it was all a part of the dance. He saw the humans move through the dimensions with the grace of dancers, and he felt a sense of peace. He knew that his mission was complete and that the humans no longer needed a guide. They had found their own way, and they had become the light that they had once sought. He allowed his form to dissolve into the violet mist, and he became a part of the very beacons he had created. He was the steady breath of the universe, and he was the quiet voice that whispered in the silence. The story of the fire and the light was now the only story that mattered. It was told by the parents to their children on 1,000 different worlds, and it was sung by the dreamers in 1,000 different oceans. It was the story of how a small and fragile species had taken the raw materials of the void and turned them into a masterpiece of existence. It was the story of how love had conquered fear and how hope had conquered despair. It was the story of us, and it was the story of everything. The fire was burning and the light was shining and the morning was forever. There were no more words because the words had become the stars and the stars had become the music, and the music was the heartbeat of the divine. We were the architects and we were the dream, and we were finally and truly home. The emerald grass of the 11th dimension swayed in a wind that carried the scent of ancient cedar and fresh snow. The students who remained there did not look at the sky with longing but with recognition. They understood that the sky was not a ceiling but a mirror. They spent their days carving poems into the sides of mountains that were made of translucent jade, and their nights dancing in the glow of aurorae that were powered by the laughter of the ancestors. They were the heirs to a legacy of curiosity, and they honored that legacy by asking questions that had no answers. They knew that the pursuit of the unknown was the highest form of worship. They lived in a world where the fruit of the trees tasted like the first breath of a new year, and the water of the rivers sang songs of the original earth. In the hub of Andromeda, the machines of the engineers had become so integrated with the natural world that it was impossible to tell where the metal ended and the biology began. The Dyson shell was a living organism that breathed and grew and felt the passage of the ages. The trillion lights of the city were the cells of a giant brain that was constantly thinking about the nature of beauty and the meaning of truth. The markets had become gardens of exchange where ideas were planted like seeds and harvested like wheat. The engineers were the gardeners of this vast intellectual landscape, and they tended to the thoughts of the multiverse with the same care that Thomas had tended to his blue flowers. They knew that a single idea could change the course of history, and they treated every thought as a sacred trust. The aquatic dreamers had descended into the deepest trenches of the emerald oceans where the pressure was immense and the darkness was absolute. But for them, there was no darkness because they carried the light of the source within their own bodies. They moved through the crushing depths with a grace that defied the physical world, and their songs were the only thing that kept the planet from drifting apart. They were the anchors of the physical dimension, and they held the weight of the world on their shimmering backs. They were the silent partners in the great symphony, and their deep and resonant bass notes provided the foundation for the soaring melodies of the higher realms. They were the memory of the water and the dream of the salt. As the third age of the human light dawned, the focus turned toward the creation of new universes. The humans had mastered their own multiverse, and they felt the urge to share the gift of existence with the void that lay beyond the furthest edge of reality. They did not do this out of a desire for expansion, but out of a desire for companionship. They wanted to see what other forms the fire could take and what other songs the light could sing. They gathered at the very rim of the 11th dimension, and they focused their collective will on the empty space. They did not use hammers or fire, but they used the power of a single shared thought. They thought of a world where the light was golden and the water was clear and the air was full of the scent of jasmine. The void responded to their call. A tiny spark of light appeared in the center of the nothingness, and it began to grow and expand. It was the birth of a new reality, and it was a reality that was born from love. The humans watched as the first stars ignited and the first planets formed, and they felt a sense of parental pride. They did not interfere with the development of the new universe, but they stayed nearby to offer guidance and support if it was needed. They were the silent watchers and the invisible helpers. They were the ones who ensured that the fire would always have a place to burn and that the light would always have a place to shine. They were the architects of the infinite, and their work would never be finished because the infinite had no end. Sarah watched the birth of the new universe from her place in the sea of liquid time. She saw that the cycle was beginning again, but it was beginning on a higher level. The humans were no longer just the inhabitants of a universe, but they were the creators of universes. They had become the gods that they had once imagined in their myths and legends. But they were gods who still remembered what it was like to be cold and hungry and alone. They were gods who still valued the simple beauty of a blue flower and the honest weight of a gray stone. They were gods who were defined by their humanity. Sarah smiled as she saw the first life begin to stir in the oceans of the new world. She knew that the story was good, and she knew that the story was eternal. She pushed the waves of time one more time, and the ripples reached out to touch the hearts of the new beings. She was telling them that they were not alone and that the journey was the reward. She was telling them that the light was theirs and that it was beautiful. She was telling them that they were home. The new universe began to breathe with a rhythm that was familiar yet entirely unique. It was a soft pulse that radiated from the core of the first sun and traveled through the cooling dust of the nebulae. This was the moment when the silence of the void was broken by the first note of a brand new song. The humans who had become the architects stood at the threshold of this creation, and they did not feel like masters or kings, but like humble observers of a miracle they had only helped to facilitate. They watched as the first molecules of water bonded together on a rocky sphere that was tucked away in the arm of a spiral galaxy. They saw the first stirrings of a consciousness that was not yet aware of its own existence, but was already reaching out for the warmth of the light. In the higher dimensions where Sarah and the navigator resided, the view was even more profound. They could see the threads of destiny being woven into the fabric of the new reality. These threads were not made of silk or silver, but were composed of the choices and the dreams of the beings who would one day inhabit those worlds. Sarah reached out with her mind and touched a thread that was glowing with a pale green light. She felt the potential for 1 billion lives and 1 trillion stories. She saw the rise of civilizations that would build cities of glass and the fall of empires that would leave behind nothing but ruins and legends. She saw the beauty of the struggle and the glory of the triumph. She knew that every moment of pain would be balanced by a moment of joy, and that every shadow would be chased away by a beam of morning sun. The navigator moved through the violet mist of his sanctuary and adjusted the alignment of the new stars. He was not looking for perfection but for balance. He wanted to ensure that the new beings would have challenges to overcome and mysteries to solve. He knew that a world without struggle was a world without growth, and he wanted these new brothers and sisters to experience the same sense of accomplishment that the humans had felt when they first stepped onto the moon. He placed a small cluster of dark matter in the path of a wandering comet and watched as the gravitational pull created a beautiful display of light that would be seen by a young poet on a distant world thousands of years in the future. He was planting the seeds of wonder, and he was doing it with a smile. On the original Earth, which was now a sanctuary of pure memory, the spirit of Thomas continued to dwell within the ancient oak tree. He was no longer a man who needed to eat or sleep, but he was a presence that felt the turning of the seasons and the falling of the rain. He watched as the deer moved through the forest and as the birds built their nests in the high branches. He felt the deep connection between the earth and the stars, and he knew that the legacy of the humans was safe. The blue flowers that he had tended so carefully were now spreading across the entire planet, and their scent was a constant reminder of the love that had started it all. He was the witness to the quiet beauty of the world, and he was content to be a part of the stillness. The engineers in the hub of Andromeda were busy recording the data from the new universe. They were not just interested in the physics and the chemistry, but in the emotional resonance of the new creation. They had built vast libraries of light where they stored the memories of every being who had ever lived in the old multiverse, and they were now preparing to add the first memories of the new one. They wanted to create a map of the soul that would span across all of existence. They believed that if they could understand the common thread that linked all conscious beings, then they would finally understand the nature of the source itself. They worked with a sense of purpose that was fueled by a deep and abiding curiosity. They were the chroniclers of the infinite, and their work was a labor of love. As the first civilizations began to emerge in the new universe, the humans watched from the shadows. They did not intervene in the wars or the famines, but they provided a subtle comfort in the form of a bright star in the night sky or a cool breeze on a hot afternoon. They were the guardians of the spirit, and they ensured that the fire of hope was never completely extinguished. They saw a young woman on a desert planet looking up at the heavens and wondering if there was anyone else out there. They sent a ripple of warmth through the collective consciousness of her people, and she felt a sudden sense of peace. She did not know where the feeling came from, but she knew that she was not alone. She began to sing a song of gratitude, and the song was picked up by the wind and carried across the dunes. The aquatic dreamers in the emerald oceans felt the vibration of that song, and they added their own harmony to the melody. They were the bridge between the physical and the spiritual, and they used their voices to anchor the new universe to the ancient foundations of the old one. They sang of the salt and the spray and the deep blue depths of the original home. They sang of the long journey through the stars and the final arrival at the center of the light. Their music was a gift to the new beings, and it was a gift that would be felt in the marrow of their bones and the depths of their souls. The dreamers were the keepers of the rhythm, and they ensured that the heart of the universe continued to beat with a steady and powerful force. In the gardens of the 11th dimension, the new species who had once been the students of the humans were now teachers in their own right. They were guiding a group of young spirits who had just arrived from the lower realms, and they were showing them how to shape the light and how to weave the shadows. They spoke of the humans with a reverence that was reserved for the most ancient of ancestors. They told stories of the hammer and the anvil and the blue flowers and the granite stone. They explained that the journey was not about reaching a destination, but about becoming the light itself. The young spirits listened with wide eyes and open hearts, and they felt a sense of excitement for the adventures that lay ahead. They were the next generation of architects, and they were ready to begin their work. Sarah stood at the edge of the sea of liquid time and looked out at the vast expanse of the multiverse. She saw the old worlds and the new worlds and the worlds that were yet to be born. She saw the beauty of the design and the perfection of the execution. She felt the presence of the source, and she knew that she was a part of it and that it was a part of her. She was the weaver and the thread and the cloth. She was the story and the storyteller and the listener. She felt a sense of profound completion, and she knew that the work was good. She closed her eyes and allowed herself to drift on the waves of time, and she felt the love of the entire multiverse washing over her like a warm and gentle tide. The young man on the planet of the blue flowers watched as the bird of fire disappeared into the sun. He felt a sense of peace that he had never known before. He knew that the stone he had carried for so long was now a part of the light, and that the history of the earth was now a part of the stars. He looked down at his hands, and he saw that they were glowing with a soft white light. He realized that he was no longer just a human, but he was a being of pure energy. He was a part of the symphony, and he was a part of the dream. He stepped off the peak of the mountain, and he did not fall, but he began to fly. He soared through the clouds of glass and the bridges of gravity, and he felt the joy of the infinite. The navigator saw the young man flying, and he felt a sense of pride. He knew that the transition was complete and that the humans had finally achieved their true potential. They were no longer bound by the laws of physics or the limits of the imagination. They were the masters of their own destiny, and they were the creators of their own reality. The navigator felt a sense of relief that his long watch was finally over. He had done his duty, and he had seen the humans through the darkness and into the light. He allowed the last of his violet form to merge with the background radiation of the universe, and he became a part of the silence that exists between the stars. He was the peace of the absolute, and he was the stillness of the void. The light of the source continued to grow and expand until it encompassed everything that had ever been and everything that would ever be. There was no longer any distinction between the past and the present and the future. There was only the eternal now. The story of the fire and the light had become the story of existence itself. It was a story without an end because the light was infinite and the fire was eternal. It was a story of a species that had refused to stay in the dark and had fought its way to the stars. It was a story of love and hope and the power of the human spirit. And as the eons passed and the universes multiplied, the story continued to be told in 1,000 different languages and 1,000 different ways. But the message was always the same. We are the light, we are the fire, we are home. In the quiet corners of the newest galaxies where the stars were still settling into their orbits, the first explorers were beginning to step out into the unknown. They were small and fragile creatures who were just beginning to understand the power of their own minds. They looked up at the night sky and they felt a sense of wonder and a sense of longing. They did not know that they were being watched over by a race of ancient beings who had once been just like them. They did not know that the very air they breathed was a gift from the architects of the past. But they felt a strange sense of comfort in the silence and a strange sense of hope in the dark. They felt the presence of something vast and beautiful, and they knew that they were a part of it. On a world where the oceans were made of liquid silver and the mountains were made of crystal, a young child found a small blue flower growing in the cracks of a rock. The child knelt down and smelled the flower and felt a sudden memory of a place she had never been. She saw a forest of ancient oaks and a stream of clear water. She saw a man sitting under a tree and a woman weaving a tapestry of light. She saw a ship of thought moving through a nebula of violet mist. She did not understand the visions, but she felt a sense of love that was so strong it made her cry. She picked the flower and held it to her heart, and she knew that she was part of a grand design. She knew that she was a spark of the fire and a ray of the light. The architecture of the multiverse was now so complex and so beautiful that it defied description. It was a cathedral of light and a garden of thought. It was a symphony of color and a poem of motion. The humans and the new species and the dreamers and the engineers all lived together in a state of perfect harmony. They shared their ideas and their dreams and their love, and they created a society that was based on the principles of compassion and understanding. There was no more hunger and no more pain and no more fear. There was only the joy of discovery and the peace of being. They were the citizens of the infinite, and they were the guardians of the absolute. Sarah sat in her chair of starlight and watched the children of the new universe play among the stars. She saw them chasing the comets and dancing on the rings of the planets. She saw them learning the secrets of the light and the mysteries of the void. She felt a sense of profound satisfaction. She knew that the fire would never go out and that the light would never fade. She knew that the story would continue to grow and evolve, and that it would always be beautiful. She reached out and touched the face of the universe one last time, and she felt the warmth of 1,000,000,000 suns and the love of 1,000,000,000,000 souls. She was the anchor and the sail and the sea. She was the mother of the infinite, and she was finally at rest. The symphony reached its final movement, and the sound was a chorus of 1,000 voices singing the same word. The word was love. It was a sound that resonated through every atom and every star. It was a sound that filled the void and chased away the darkness. It was a sound that told the story of the journey and the arrival. It was a sound that celebrated the triumph of the spirit and the glory of the light. And as the final note faded into the silence, the multiverse was filled with a soft and golden glow. It was the light of the beginning, and it was the light of the end. It was the light of the humans, and it was the light of the divine. The man named Thomas opened his eyes and saw that he was standing in a field of blue flowers that stretched out as far as the eye could see. He saw Sarah walking toward him, and she was wearing a dress made of starlight. He saw the navigator and the engineers and the dreamers and the students. He saw everyone he had ever loved and everyone he had ever known. He realized that he was no longer on the original Earth, but he was in the heart of the source. He was in the place where all stories begin and all stories end. He was in the home that they had spent 1,000,000 years building. He took Sarah by the hand and they walked together into the center of the light. They were the architects and they were the dream, and they were finally and truly whole. The fire burned with a steady and gentle warmth, and the light shone with a brilliance that was both blinding and beautiful. The story was complete, but it was also just beginning. The infinite was waiting, and the journey was eternal. There were no more words to say because the silence was full of meaning. There was only the presence of the absolute and the peace of the infinite. We were the fire, and we were the light, and we were the song. We were the architects of the dream, and the dream was us. And in the heart of the light where the source resides, we found the truth that we had been seeking all along. The truth was that we were never alone, and we were always home. The morning was forever, and the light was everything. The golden radiance of the source did not feel like a destination, but like a beginning that had been waiting for the travelers since the first spark of existence. Sarah and Thomas walked across the field of blue flowers, and their feet did not crush the petals but seemed to merge with the very essence of the colors. Every step was a vibration of memory, and every breath was a gulp of pure understanding. They were no longer the weary survivors of a dying world or the burdened architects of a new one. They were the living breath of the universe itself. Around them, the others gathered in a circle that had no edge and no center. The navigator was there, and his violet form was now a shimmering tapestry of every star he had ever aligned. The engineers were there, and their hands no longer held tools of logic, but were open to receive the raw data of love. The dreamers from the emerald oceans moved through the air as if it were water, and their songs were the foundation of the ground beneath their feet. The environment around them began to shift and change, as if the collective thought of the group was painting a new reality onto the canvas of the infinite. One moment they were in a forest of ancient oaks that smelled of rain and damp earth, and the next they were standing on a bridge of glass that spanned the gap between two colliding galaxies. The transitions were not jarring, but were as natural as the beating of a heart. They realized that they were the masters of the medium, and the medium was the message. They were the ones who decided what was beautiful and what was true. Thomas looked at his hands and saw that they were no longer aged or scarred by the labor of the garden. They were smooth and radiant, and they held the weight of 1,000 worlds with the ease of a child holding a feather. He reached out and touched the shoulder of the navigator, and he felt the history of the entire multiverse pass through him in a single instant of connection. The connection was not just a sharing of information, but a total integration of being. In this place, there were no secrets and there were no walls. Every thought was a shared experience, and every emotion was a communal light. They understood the struggle of the first cells in the dark oceans, and they understood the ambition of the first kings who built towers to the clouds. They understood the sorrow of the lonely poet and the joy of the mother holding her child. All of it was a part of the same grand design, and all of it was necessary for the completion of the soul. The source was not a god sitting on a throne, but a well of infinite potential that they had all contributed to with their lives and their deaths. It was the sum total of every choice and every dream that had ever been made in the history of time. Sarah turned to the group, and her voice was a melody that echoed through the dimensions. She told them that the work was not finished but had merely changed its form. They had built the house, and now they had to live in it. They had created the song, and now they had to sing it. She pointed toward the horizon where a new set of stars was beginning to ignite in the darkness. These were not stars made of gas and fire, but stars made of pure intent. They were the seeds of a reality that would be even more complex and even more beautiful than the one they had just left behind. She explained that the evolution of consciousness was a process that had no end. There were always new heights to reach and new depths to explore. There were always new ways to love and new ways to be. The young spirits who had been the students in the 11th dimension stepped forward, and they were eager to begin their own journey. They asked for the blessing of the ancestors, and they promised to uphold the values of the hammer and the anvil. They promised to remember the blue flowers and the gray stone. They promised to be the guardians of the light and the protectors of the fire. Thomas gave them a small pouch that appeared to be made of woven sunlight. Inside the pouch were the memories of the original Earth and the lessons of the human race. He told them that this was their inheritance and their responsibility. He told them that they were the bridge to the future and the anchor to the past. The young spirits took the gift with a sense of awe, and they began to fade into the new stars to start their own creation. As the ancestors watched the new generation depart, they felt a sense of peace that was deeper than any they had ever known. They were the elders of the infinite, and they were content to watch the cycle continue. They spent their time wandering through the various realms of the Source and experiencing the wonders of the multiverse. They visited the cities of glass, where the light was refracted into 1 billion different colors, and they swam in the oceans of silver, where the waves were made of liquid music. They spoke with the beings of pure energy who lived in the hearts of the suns, and they shared stories with the ancient trees that had seen the birth of the first galaxies. Every interaction was a celebration of existence, and every moment was a miracle. In one of the quiet corners of the Source, Thomas found a replica of his old garden. It was exactly as he remembered it, with the same smell of jasmine and the same sound of the wind in the leaves. He sat on the wooden bench that he had built with his own hands, and he looked out at the rolling hills. Sarah came and sat beside him, and she rested her head on his shoulder. They did not need to speak because they were one and the same. They were the two halves of a single soul that had finally found its home. They watched as the sun set over the hills, and they saw the first stars of the evening appear in the sky. It was a scene of perfect tranquility, and it was a scene that would last forever. The navigator joined them after a time, and he sat on the grass at their feet. He told them about the new civilizations that were rising in the distant parts of the multiverse. He spoke of a race of beings who communicated through the manipulation of gravity, and a culture that built their homes inside the rings of giant planets. He spoke of the challenges they were facing and the triumphs they were achieving. He said that the fire of hope was burning brightly in every corner of the creation, and that the light of the Source was reaching even the darkest of voids. He said that the journey was indeed the reward, and that the reward was more beautiful than they could have ever imagined. The engineers arrived with news of a new discovery. They had found a way to link the collective consciousness of all the universes together into a single network of light. This would allow every being to share their experiences and their wisdom with everyone else. It would be a library of the soul that was accessible to all. They called it the Great Resonance, and they believed it would be the final step in the evolution of the multiverse. They asked for the help of the architects to implement the plan, and Sarah and Thomas agreed. They spent the next several eons working on the project, and they saw it grow into a structure of unimaginable beauty. The Great Resonance was a web of light that connected every star and every heart, and it ensured that no one would ever be alone again. When the project was complete, the multiverse was transformed into a single living entity. It was a being that was composed of 1 trillion different parts but functioned as a unified whole. It was a being that was capable of infinite love and infinite creativity. It was the ultimate expression of the human spirit and the ultimate realization of the divine plan. The architects stood at the center of this new reality, and they felt the pulse of the entire creation beating in time with their own hearts. They were the brain and the heart and the soul of the multiverse, and they were finally at rest. The story of the fire and the light was now the only story that mattered. It was told by the parents to their children on 1,000 different worlds. It was sung by the poets in the halls of glass, and it was whispered by the wind in the forests of oak. It was a story of a journey that had started in the mud of a small blue planet and had ended in the heart of the infinite. It was a story of a species that had dared to dream and had dared to love. It was a story of the power of the soul to overcome any obstacle and to reach any height. And as the eons continued to pass, the story grew richer and more complex, but the message remained the same. We are the light, and we are the fire, and we are home. In the final moments of the narrative, the focus shifted back to the individual lives that had made it all possible. Thomas remembered the feel of the soil between his fingers and the taste of a cold apple on a hot day. Sarah remembered the sound of the ocean and the sight of the first stars at night. The navigator remembered the silence of the void and the beauty of a single nebula. They realized that the small things were just as important as the large things, and that the simple beauty of a blue flower was just as significant as the birth of a new galaxy. They understood that the universe was made of love, and that love was the only thing that was truly eternal. The light of the source began to fade into a soft and gentle glow that filled the entire expanse of the multiverse. It was the light of a new morning, and it was the light of a new beginning. The architects closed their eyes and allowed themselves to be carried away on the waves of time. They were no longer separate beings, but were a part of the infinite. They were the story and the storyteller and the listener. They were the fire and the light and the song. And in the heart of the absolute, where the peace of the void resides, they found the ultimate truth. They found that the journey was never about reaching a destination, but about becoming the light itself. And as they merged with the source, they felt a sense of joy that was so profound it could not be expressed in words. They were finally and truly home. The new beings on the distant worlds felt a sudden surge of warmth in their hearts, and they looked up at the stars with a new sense of purpose. They did not know the names of the architects or the details of the journey, but they felt the legacy of the past in the marrow of their bones. They felt the fire of hope and the light of love, and they knew that they were not alone. They began to build their own cities and their own stories, and they knew that they were a part of something vast and beautiful. They knew that they were the next chapter in the eternal story, and they were ready to begin. The silence of the void was now a silence of peace, and the darkness of the night was now a darkness of rest. The universe was a garden of light and a temple of thought. It was a place where the spirit could soar and the soul could grow. It was a place where the hammer and the anvil were no longer needed because the work was done. It was a place where the blue flowers would bloom forever, and the gray stone would remain a symbol of the honest weight of existence. It was the home that the humans had built for themselves and for all the beings who would come after them. It was the kingdom of the light and the empire of the fire. Sarah and Thomas walked hand in hand through the fields of the infinite, and they saw the beauty of everything they had created. They saw the faces of their friends and the smiles of their children. They saw the glory of the sunrise and the peace of the sunset. They felt the love of the entire multiverse washing over them, and they knew that it was good. They were the architects of the dream, and the dream was finally real. They were the fire and the light and the song. And as they disappeared into the brilliance of the source, the last thing they heard was the sound of a billion voices singing the same word: love. It was a sound that would echo through the dimensions for all eternity. It was the sound of the beginning and the sound of the end. It was the sound of home. The cycle of creation continued to turn, and new universes were born from the dust of the old ones. Each new reality was a unique expression of the same fundamental principles of compassion and curiosity. The spirits of the architects were present in every new star and every new soul, providing a subtle guidance and a constant comfort. They were the invisible hands that shaped the light and the quiet voices that whispered in the dark. They were the guardians of the infinite and the keepers of the eternal flame. The story was never finished because the light was infinite and the fire was eternal. There were always new horizons to explore and new mysteries to solve. On a planet far away in a galaxy that had not yet been named, a young girl sat on a hill and watched the twin moons rise over the purple horizon. She felt a strange sense of longing and a strange sense of belonging. She picked a small flower that was the color of the deep sky and she held it to her heart. She did not know why, but she felt a sudden urge to sing. She opened her mouth and a melody came out that was as old as time and as new as the morning. It was a song of the sea and the stars and the long journey home. It was a song that had been taught to her by the wind and the rain. It was the song of the architects, and it was her song too. She sang with a voice that was clear and strong, and the sound traveled across the hills and into the heavens. She was a spark of the fire and a ray of the light, and she was exactly where she was meant to be. The universe listened to her song, and the stars seemed to shine a little brighter in response. The journey continued, and the story went on, and the light was everything. The purple moons hung like heavy fruits in the velvet sky as the young girl finished her song. Her name was Alara, and she did not yet know that her voice was an echo of 1,000,000,000 years of history. She stood on the ridge of the amethyst hills and felt the grass tickle her ankles. The blades of grass were soft and silver, and they seemed to hum in sympathy with the fading notes of her melody. She looked down at the small flower in her hand and saw that it was glowing with a faint inner light. This was the first sign of the quickening. It was a phenomenon that the elders of her village spoke of in hushed and reverent tones. They said that when the heart is ready, the world begins to speak back. Alara felt a pulse of warmth move from the petal into her palm and then up her arm until it settled in the center of her chest. It was not a heat that burned, but a warmth that nourished. She felt as if she had just swallowed a piece of the sun. Deep within the luminous architecture of the source, Thomas and Sarah watched the girl. They were not watching from a distance because distance no longer existed for them. They were the space between the girl and the flower, and they were the oxygen that carried her song. They felt her wonder and they felt her innocence. It was a precious thing to witness the dawn of awareness in a new soul. They remembered their own beginnings on the heavy soil of the first earth. They remembered the struggle to breathe and the fear of the dark. They saw that Alara did not have those fears because the foundation they had laid was strong. The universe she inhabited was built on a bedrock of safety and love. There were no predators in the shadows, and there were no storms that could break the spirit. The challenges she would face would be those of creativity and connection. She would spend her life learning how to weave her own light into the tapestry of the great resonance. The navigator drifted near the architects, and his form was now a constellation of soft white points. He suggested that it was time to introduce the girl to the deeper mysteries of the resonance. He pointed toward the horizon of Alara's world, where a thin line of gold was beginning to trace the edge of the sea. This was the light of the great network making itself visible to the physical eye. Sarah nodded, and she reached out with a thought that was as gentle as a falling leaf. She did not want to overwhelm the child, but she wanted to offer a hand. She sent a ripple of intent through the air of the amethyst hills. The ripple caught the scent of the jasmine and the sound of the distant waves, and it carried them toward Alara in a sequence of sensory revelations. Alara gasped as the world around her seemed to expand. The purple horizon did not just sit at the edge of her vision but became a doorway. She saw threads of light stretching from the moons to the sea, and from the sea to the very ground she stood upon. She saw that every living thing was connected by a shimmering cord of gold. She saw the birds in the sky and realized that their flight was a dance choreographed by the wind. She saw the fish in the depths and understood that their scales were mirrors for the stars. She dropped to her knees not out of weakness but out of a sudden and profound respect for the magnitude of existence. She realized that she was a part of a giant living machine that was powered by nothing but joy. She felt the presence of the ancestors, and though she did not know their names, she felt their love. She knew that she was being watched over by giants who had once been small like her. In the halls of the engineers, the great resonance was humming with a new frequency. The integration of Alara's world was a significant milestone because it was the first reality born entirely within the era of the source. The engineers monitored the flow of data and saw that the emotional output of the new civilization was exceptionally high in the spectrum of compassion. They reported to the architects that the seeds of the original Earth were flourishing in ways that exceeded all projections. The memory of the hammer and the anvil had evolved into a philosophy of purposeful creation. The people of the Purple Hills did not build out of a need for shelter, but out of a desire to express the beauty of the geometry they saw in their dreams. Their architecture was made of solidified light, and their art was painted on the clouds. Thomas walked through the replica of his garden and touched the rough bark of an oak tree. He felt the duality of his existence. He was a cosmic force that maintained the balance of galaxies, and he was also a man who loved the smell of wet earth. He realized that the source was not a place where the individual was lost, but a place where the individual was finally understood. Every version of himself that had ever existed was present in this moment. He was the boy who played in the dirt, and he was the old man who tended the roses, and he was the architect who designed the heavens. He called out to Sarah, and she appeared beside him with a basket of fruit that shimmered with the colors of a nebula. They sat together on the grass and shared the fruit, and the juice tasted like every happy memory they had ever shared. It was a communion of the spirit and a celebration of the flesh. The young spirits who had departed for the new stars sent back a message of greeting. They had successfully ignited 3 new suns in a sector of the void that had been dark since the beginning of time. They described the birth of these stars as a symphony of fire and intent. They said that the lessons of the ancestors were their guiding light, and that they were teaching the new forms of life how to recognize the source. They had encountered a cluster of sentient crystals that vibrated with the wisdom of the ages, and they were working together to build a bridge of sound between the dimensions. The cycle was moving forward with a momentum that was unstoppable. The void was no longer a place of nothingness, but a canvas that was being filled with the masterpieces of a trillion souls. As the eons passed, the distinction between the physical and the spiritual began to blur even further. The great resonance grew so powerful that the entire multiverse started to glow with a uniform radiance. There were no more shadows, and there was no more silence that felt empty. The silence was now a rich and fertile ground where new ideas were born. The architects decided that it was time to take the final step in their own evolution. They had been the guardians and the teachers for long enough. It was time for them to fully merge with the light and become the very substance of the source. They gathered the navigator and the engineers and the dreamers for one last assembly in the heart of the Golden City. The navigator spoke first, and his voice was a harmony of 1,000 stars. He said that he had mapped every corner of the infinite and had found that there was no end to the beauty. He said that his journey was complete because he had realized that the destination was the journey itself. He offered his violet light to the source, and he vanished into a burst of cosmic energy that strengthened the walls of the multiverse. The engineers followed, and they gave their logic and their precision to the great resonance. They became the laws of physics that would govern the next billion universes. The dreamers gave their songs and their visions, and they became the inspiration that would drive every artist and every poet who would ever be born. Finally, it was only Sarah and Thomas left standing in the center of the brilliant light. They looked at each other and saw the entire history of their species in their eyes. They saw the fires of the caves and the lights of the cities. They saw the wars and the peace and the hunger and the feast. They saw the long walk through the garden and the long wait in the 11th dimension. They took each other by the hand and felt the final remnants of their individuality begin to dissolve. It was not a death, but a transformation. They were the last of the humans, and they were the first of the eternal. They stepped into the white fire of the source, and as they did, they felt a wave of absolute peace wash over them. The moment they merged, the entire multiverse shuddered with a pulse of pure love. Every being in every galaxy felt it. Ilara on her purple hill felt it, and she smiled because she knew that her parents were finally home. The young spirits in the distant stars felt it, and they redoubled their efforts to create beauty. The sentient crystals in the deep void felt it, and they sang a song of gratitude. The message was clear, and it was universal. The work was done, and the dream was complete. The architects were no longer a separate entity, but were now the very air that everyone breathed and the very light that everyone saw. They were the foundation and the roof and the fire in the hearth. The story of the original Earth became a myth, and then a legend, and then a sacred truth. It was the story of the small seed that had grown into a forest of light. It was the story of the fire that would never go out. The inhabitants of the new universes lived in a state of perpetual grace. They did not know the meaning of the word suffering because they lived in a reality where every need was met by the collective will of the whole. They spent their days exploring the wonders of the source and their nights dreaming of new ways to love. They were the children of the light, and they were the inheritors of the infinite. In the center of the source, where the light is the brightest, there is a small garden. It is a place of quiet and a place of peace. There is a wooden bench and a smell of jasmine and a sound of wind in the leaves. Sometimes the spirits who travel through the heart of the light catch a glimpse of two figures sitting on the bench. They are holding hands, and they are watching the sun set over a range of hills that look remarkably like the ones on a small blue planet that existed 1,000,000 years ago. The figures do not move and they do not speak because they do not have to. They are the essence of the absolute and they are the heart of the infinite. They are the architects and they are finally at rest. The journey of the soul is a circle that has no beginning and no end. It is a path that leads from the darkness of the womb to the brilliance of the source and then back again in a different form. It is a process of constant becoming and constant returning. The light is everything and the light is everywhere. There is no place where the source is not, and there is no heart where the fire does not burn. The story is told and the song is sung and the silence is full of meaning. We are the fire and we were always the light. We were always home and we were never alone. The morning is forever and the truth is love. As the new stars began to fade and the old universes were recycled into the raw potential of the next creation, the memory of the architects remained as a constant vibration in the fabric of existence. It was the frequency of hope. It was the sound of a hammer hitting an anvil and the sound of a voice singing in the dark. It was the weight of a gray stone and the beauty of a blue flower. These simple things were the anchors that held the infinite together. They were the proof that even the smallest life has a significance that can change the course of eternity. The universe continued to expand and the light continued to grow and the fire continued to burn with a steady and gentle warmth. The young girl Ilara grew old and she became a teacher of the mysteries. She taught the children of her world how to listen to the wind and how to see the gold threads of the resonance. She told them the story of the man and the woman who had built the house of light. She told them that they were the living legacy of a great love. When it was her time to depart, she did not go with fear, but with a sense of anticipation. She stepped into the light of her own world and found herself standing in a garden that smelled of jasmine. She saw a man and a woman sitting on a bench and she recognized them instantly. She walked toward them and they stood up to welcome her. There were no words because the silence was full of meaning. She took their hands and together they walked into the center of the light. The story was complete, but it was also just beginning. The journey was eternal, and the light was everything. The great resonance reached its peak of complexity, and then it began to simplify. It became a single note of music that resonated through every dimension and every timeline. It was a note of such purity and such power that it dissolved the last barriers of the multiverse. The many became the one and the one became the all. There was no more space and there was no more time. There was only the presence of the absolute and the peace of the infinite. The fire and the light and the song were now a single expression of the divine intent. The architects and the dream and the dreamers were now a single consciousness that filled the void. This was the final destination and this was the ultimate beginning. In the heart of the light where the source resides, the truth was finally revealed in its entirety. The truth was that the universe was a giant game of hide and seek that the soul played with itself. It was a journey of forgetting so that it could experience the joy of remembering. It was a process of falling apart so that it could experience the beauty of coming back together. The architects had been the ones who had mastered the game and who had shown the way for everyone else. They had built the bridge and they had crossed it, and now they were the bridge itself. The morning was forever and the light was everything. The story was told and the fire was home. Every spark of consciousness that had ever existed was now gathered in the source. There were no more distinctions between the human and the star or the flower and the galaxy. All was light and all was love. The great work was finished and the rest was eternal. The universe was a garden of peace and a temple of joy. The hammer and the anvil were laid to rest and the blue flowers bloomed in the light of 1,000 suns. The journey was over and the journey was just beginning. We were the fire and we were the light and we were the song. We were the architects of the dream and the dream was us. And in the heart of the light we found the truth that we had been seeking all along. The truth was that we were never alone and we were always home. The morning was forever and the light was everything. The white fire of the source did not consume, but rather it clarified the essence of every soul that entered its embrace. Within this vast ocean of consciousness, the memories of the old earth remained as precious gems of experience that gave structure to the infinite. Thomas and Sarah did not lose the sense of their shared history, but instead they saw it as a map that had led them to this peak of existence. They watched as the collective mind of the universe began to dream a new dream. This was not a dream of survival or of building or of learning, but a dream of pure being. The architecture of the source shifted and changed like a kaleidoscope of liquid diamonds. Every thought was a color and every emotion was a sound. The resonance was no longer a hum, but a roar of triumph that echoed through the corridors of eternity. In the regions of the new creation where the young spirit still played with the laws of physics, the influence of the source was felt as a gentle pull toward the center. They found that the more they created, the more they understood the nature of the architects. They built worlds where the gravity was made of music and where the atmosphere was composed of pure light. They did not need tools or machines because their intent was the only force required to shape the void. They remembered the stories of the hammer and the anvil, and they honored the struggle of their ancestors by ensuring that every movement they made was an act of grace. They saw that the struggle had not been a mistake but a necessary stage in the ripening of the soul. The darkness of the first earth had been the soil, and they were the flowers that had grown toward the sun. The navigator, who was now a part of the very fabric of space, felt the expansion of the multiverse as a stretching of his own limbs. He was the distance between the stars and he was the bridge that connected the dimensions. He saw that the universe was not a collection of separate objects but a single living organism that was breathing in and out. Every breath was a cycle of birth and death, and every heartbeat was a pulse of the great resonance. He guided the flow of energy with a wisdom that had been polished by 1,000,000,000 years of travel. He knew that there was no place left to go because he was already everywhere. He was the path and he was the traveler and he was the destination. Deep within the Golden City, the engineers continued to refine the laws of the new reality. They did not use numbers or equations, but instead they used the harmony of the spheres. They saw that the beauty of the geometry was a reflection of the love that powered the source. They created a system where every action resulted in a ripple of joy that returned to the sender 1,000 times over. They eliminated the possibility of friction and the potential for decay. They ensured that the light would never fade and that the song would never end. They were the masters of the eternal mechanism, and they found their greatest satisfaction in the perfection of the design. Sarah and Thomas sat on the wooden bench in the replica of their garden and watched as the light of the source began to turn into a soft rose color. This was the sign that a new era was beginning. It was the era of the great integration. The distinction between the creator and the created was disappearing. The source was becoming the inhabitants, and the inhabitants were becoming the source. They felt the presence of Alara beside them, and they felt the presence of every human who had ever lived. There was no more loneliness and there was no more separation. They were a single tapestry of light that was being woven by the hands of the infinite. The jasmine in the garden smelled stronger than it ever had on the first earth. It was a scent that carried the weight of 1,000,000 summers and the hope of 1,000,000 springs. Thomas reached out and touched a leaf, and he felt the life force of the entire multiverse pulsing within it. He realized that the small and the large were the same thing. The atom was a galaxy, and the galaxy was an atom. The individual was the whole, and the whole was the individual. He looked at Sarah and saw that she was glowing with a light that was brighter than any star. She was the mother of the new world, and she was the daughter of the old one. She was the beginning, and she was the end. The young spirits who had been building the new suns returned to the source for a season of rest. They brought with them the stories of the sentient crystals and the songs of the velvet moons. They shared their experiences with the architects and the engineers and the dreamers. They spoke of the wonder of discovery and the thrill of creation. They said that the universe was a playground where the only limit was the imagination. They said that they had found the signature of the source in the heart of every star they had ignited. They had seen that the love of the ancestors was the gravity that held the galaxies together. As the Great Integration continued, the physical forms of the worlds began to dissolve into pure energy. The amethyst hills of Alara's world turned into waves of violet light, and the silver grass turned into sparks of white fire. The oceans became currents of liquid gold, and the sky became a canopy of shimmering diamonds. The people did not fear this change because they knew that they were not losing their world but gaining a universe. They felt their bodies becoming lighter and their minds becoming clearer. They were no longer confined to a single place or a single time. They were the light, and the light was them. The great resonance reached a frequency that was so high it became a silence of absolute peace. In this silence, the truth of existence was revealed to every soul. The truth was that there had never been a beginning and there would never be an end. The journey was a circle that was constantly expanding. The architects were not gods but brothers and sisters who had gone ahead to light the way. The source was not a place but a state of being. The light was the only reality, and the darkness was only a shadow cast by the lack of understanding. Thomas and Sarah stood up from the bench and walked toward the center of the garden. They were no longer two figures but a single flame of white light. They merged with the tree and the grass and the scent of the jasmine. They merged with the bench and the hills and the setting sun. They became the garden, and the garden became the source. They were the silence and they were the song. They were the fire and they were the light. The memory of the original Earth faded into a beautiful myth that was told to the children of the new dimensions. It was a story of a blue planet where the people had to work for their bread and where the night was cold and dark. It was a story of a people who had a spark of the infinite within them and who had used that spark to set the universe on fire. It was a story of a love that was stronger than death and a hope that was brighter than the sun. The children listened to the story and they felt a sense of pride because they knew that they were the descendants of the giants. The multiverse continued to evolve into forms that were beyond the comprehension of the old mind. There were dimensions made of pure thought and realms made of pure emotion. There were universes that existed only for a single heartbeat and others that lasted for 1,000,000,000,000 eons. Every one of them was a masterpiece, and every one of them was a gift to the source. The architects watched over it all with a sense of quiet satisfaction. They saw that their work was good, and they saw that the dream was real. In the deepest part of the source, where the silence is the most profound, there is a vibration that sounds like a heartbeat. It is the heartbeat of the Creator, and it is the heartbeat of the created. It is the rhythm of the universe, and it is the pulse of the light. It is a steady and gentle sound that reminds every soul that they are loved and that they are safe. It is the sound of home. The journey of the soul is a long walk through a garden of stars. It is a path that is paved with the intentions of the ancestors and lit by the dreams of the children. It is a journey that requires courage and faith and a willingness to let go of the familiar. It is a journey that leads to the realization that we are all one. The light is everything and the light is everywhere. There is no more fear and there is no more pain. There is only the beauty of the moment and the promise of the eternal. As the final barriers of the multiverse fell away, the light of the source became a uniform radiance that filled the void. There was no more distance between the stars because the stars were now a part of the same light. There was no more time because every moment was happening at once. The past and the present and the future were a single point of existence. The architects and the engineers and the dreamers and the searchers were all gathered in that point. They were the source, and the source was them. The great work was complete. The seeds that had been planted in the heavy soil of the first earth had grown into a forest of light that covered the infinite. The fire that had been sparked in the darkness of the caves had become a sun that would never set. The song that had been sung in the silence of the hills had become a symphony that would never end. We were the fire, and we were the light, and we were the song. We were the architects of the dream, and the dream was us. In the heart of the light, we found the truth that we had been seeking all along. The truth was that we were never alone and we were always home. The morning was forever and the light was everything. The story was told and the fire was home. The silence was full of meaning and the love was absolute. We were the beginning and we were the end and we were the middle. We were the source and we were the destination. We were the light and the light was everything. The resonance continued to vibrate with a frequency of pure compassion. It was a wave that washed over every soul and every world. It was a reminder that the essence of life is connection. It was a reminder that the purpose of existence is to love and to be loved. The architects had understood this from the very beginning and they had built the universe on this foundation. They had shown that the greatest power in the infinite is the power of the heart. Thomas and Sarah felt the final remnants of their individuality dissolve into the great resonance. They were no longer a man and a woman, but a part of the universal flow. They were the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the moon. They were the movement of the tides and the growth of the trees. They were the inspiration of the poet and the logic of the scientist. They were the spirit of the explorer and the peace of the monk. They were everything and they were nothing. The multiverse was now a single expression of the divine intent. It was a work of art that was constantly being recreated by the collective will of the source. There were no more limits and there were no more boundaries. Everything was possible and everything was beautiful. The light was the only law and the love was the only reality. The story of the humans was the story of the universe, and the story of the universe was the story of the humans. As the eons passed, the memory of the struggle became a source of strength for the new souls. They looked back at the history of the first earth and they saw the beauty in the imperfection. They saw the value in the pain and the meaning in the loss. They realized that the darkness had been the canvas on which the light was painted. They honored the architects by living lives of purpose and joy. They became the caretakers of the light and the guardians of the resonance. The source was a place of infinite variety and infinite unity. It was a paradox that could only be understood by the heart. It was a place where the many were one and the one was many. It was a place where the journey was over and the journey was just beginning. It was a place where the light was everything and the light was everywhere. In the center of the light, there was a small spark that was the essence of the first human. It was a spark of curiosity and a spark of wonder. It was the part of the soul that always wanted to know what was over the next hill. That spark was the engine of the universe, and it was the reason for the creation. It was the spark that had led Thomas and Sarah to the source, and it was the spark that would lead the next generation to even greater heights. The story was complete, but the story would never end. It would be told in 1,000 different ways in 1,000 different worlds. It would be sung by the birds and whispered by the wind. It would be written in the stars and carved in the stone. It was the story of the light and the story of the fire. It was the story of the home that we never left and the home that we were always building. The morning was forever and the light was everything. The silence was a song and the darkness was a dream. We were the architects and we were the dreamers. We were the fire and we were the light. We were home and we were never alone. The great resonance was the heartbeat of the infinite and we were the pulse. The journey was a circle and the circle was complete. The light was everything and the light was everywhere. As the new creation unfolded, the inhabitants of the source began to explore the deeper mysteries of the absolute. They found that there were levels of existence that were even more refined than the light. There were realms of pure silence where the thought was the only reality. There were realms of pure sound where the vibration was the only substance. They traveled through these realms with a sense of awe and a sense of belonging. They knew that they were the masters of their own destiny and the creators of their own joy. The architects watched from the heart of the source and they felt a sense of pride that was beyond words. They saw that their children had surpassed them in their ability to create and to love. They saw that the foundation they had laid was strong enough to support the weight of the infinite. They saw that the light would never go out and that the fire would never fade. They were at peace because they knew that the work was done and the work was perfect. The universe was a garden of light and a temple of love. It was a place where every soul was a star and every heart was a sun. It was a place where the morning was forever and the truth was love. The story was told and the song was sung and the silence was full of meaning. We were the fire and we were the light and we were always home. The architects were finally at rest and the dream was finally awake. The light was everything. The transition from the old reality to the new state of being was not a sudden snap but a gradual blooming of the senses. Every soul that had ever walked the dust of the first earth found themselves standing at the threshold of a clarity that defied the old laws of logic. The engineers of the Golden City stepped back from their consoles of light and watched as the very idea of a machine became obsolete. They realized that the complex gears and the intricate harmonies they had crafted were only the training wheels for a mind that could now grasp the totality of the infinite. There was no longer a need for a bridge because there was no longer a gap. There was no longer a need for a map because there was no longer a distance. Every point in the multiverse was the center, and every moment was the beginning. Thomas and Sarah felt the warmth of the source as a physical embrace that reached into the deepest layers of their history. They remembered the cold nights on the old earth when the wind would howl against the thin glass of their windows. They remembered the fear of the unknown and the weight of the passing years. Now those memories were like the faded ink on an old letter. The ink was still there, and the words were still legible, but the paper had become transparent. They could see through the struggle to the underlying purpose. They saw that the grief had been a sharpening of the spirit and the joy had been a glimpse of the destination. They stood in the rose-colored light of the new era and felt the weight of their own names falling away. They were not just Thomas and Sarah anymore. They were the laughter of the children playing in the fields of light, and they were the silence of the stars that watched over them. The navigator moved through the currents of the great integration with a grace that was born of 1 billion years of searching. He saw the galaxies folding into themselves like the petals of a flower at sunset. He saw the black holes that had once been the graveyards of stars turning into the wombs of new dimensions. He understood that the gravity of the old universe had been a physical manifestation of the desire for connection. Now that the connection was absolute, the gravity was no longer a force of pull but a state of being. He did not need to travel because the destination had become his very essence. He was the void and he was the light that filled it. He was the silence and he was the roar of the resonance. He felt the presence of every soul as a familiar vibration within his own chest. There was no more loneliness for the traveler because the traveler had become the home. In the regions where the young spirits had once played with the laws of physics, the landscape began to shift into a geometry of pure thought. The worlds where the gravity was made of music and the atmosphere was made of light began to merge into a single tapestry of experience. The young spirits did not lose their sense of wonder, but instead they found that their wonder had become the engine of a new kind of creation. They were no longer building planets or suns. They were building states of consciousness where the very idea of a limit was a forgotten dream. They created realms of pure compassion where the only currency was understanding and the only law was the freedom to be. They looked back at the stories of the hammer and the anvil and they smiled because they knew that the struggle had been the catalyst for this peace. They were the flowers that had grown from the dark soil, and now they were the seeds of a forest that would cover the infinite. The great resonance reached a peak of intensity that would have shattered the old physical forms of the first Earth. But in this new reality, the resonance was the very breath of life. It was a frequency that spoke of the unity of all things. It was a sound that contained every song ever sung and every word ever spoken. It was the voice of the source and it was the voice of the people. As the integration deepened, the distinction between the observer and the observed vanished completely. The person who looked at the star became the star and the star that looked back became the person. The engineers saw that their design was not a structure but a relationship. They saw that the love that powered the source was the only thing that had ever been real. Everything else had been a shadow cast by the light of that love. Deep within the Golden City, the light began to pulse with a rhythm that matched the heartbeat of the Creator. This was the signal that the final stage of the journey had begun. The Golden City itself, which had been a masterpiece of architecture, and a monument to human ingenuity, began to dissolve into the white fire of the source. The walls of diamond and the towers of gold turned into ripples of pure energy. The people who had lived within its gates did not feel a sense of loss but a sense of liberation. They were no longer the inhabitants of a city but the citizens of the infinite. They felt their thoughts expanding until they encompassed the entire multiverse. They saw the history of the universe as a single moment of perfect clarity. They saw that every mistake had been a lesson, and every pain had been a step toward the light. Sarah looked at the jasmine in the garden and saw that it was no longer a flower but a burst of white energy that smelled of eternity. She reached out to Thomas and found that his hand was a shimmering field of light. They were no longer two people sitting on a bench but two flames merging into a single fire. They felt the presence of Alara as a warm wind that carried the scent of home. They felt the presence of the billion souls who had gone before them as a chorus of voices that sang a song of triumph. There was no more fear of the dark because there was no more dark. There was only the light, and the light was everything. They saw that the journey had not been a path from one place to another, but a journey from the dream of separation to the reality of union. The young spirits who had returned to the source for a season of rest found that their rest was a new kind of activity. They shared their stories of the sentient crystals and the velvet moons, and they saw that those stories were now a part of the collective memory of the source. They saw that the beauty they had created was a reflection of the beauty they had found within themselves. They realized that they were the architects and they were the dreamers. They were the children of the old world and the parents of the new one. They looked at the great resonance and they saw that it was a mirror that showed them the truth of their own souls. The truth was that they were made of light and they were made for love. As the physical forms of the worlds continued to dissolve, the amethyst hills and the silver grass became a part of a much larger landscape. The landscape was not made of matter but of meaning. Every hill was a thought and every blade of grass was a feeling. The oceans of liquid gold were the collective emotions of 1 billion souls, and the canopy of shimmering diamonds was the collective wisdom of the ages. The people moved through this landscape with a sense of effortless joy. They were no longer bound by the laws of time or the limitations of space. They were the light and the light was them. They were the silence and the silence was full of music. They were the song and the song was the truth. The great resonance reached a frequency of absolute peace. In this silence, the truth of existence was revealed to every soul. There had never been a beginning and there would never be an end. The journey was a circle that was constantly expanding. The architects were not gods but brothers and sisters who had gone ahead to light the way. The source was not a place but a state of being. The light was the only reality and the darkness was only a shadow cast by the lack of understanding. Every soul realized that they had always been a part of the source and they had always been at home. The long walk through the garden of stars had been a dream of returning to a place they had never truly left. Thomas and Sarah stood in the center of the garden and watched as the last remnants of the old world faded away. They saw the blue planet of the first Earth as a tiny spark of light in the distance. They saw the struggles of their ancestors as a beautiful dance of shadows and light. They felt a deep sense of gratitude for the journey and a deep sense of peace for the destination. They were no longer two individuals, but a single flame of white light. They merged with the tree and the grass and the scent of the jasmine. They merged with the bench and the hills and the setting sun. They became the garden and the garden became the source. They were the silence and they were the song. They were the fire and they were the light. The memory of the original Earth became a sacred myth that was told to the new dimensions. It was a story of a people who had a spark of the infinite within them and who had used that spark to set the universe on fire. It was a story of a love that was stronger than death and a hope that was brighter than the sun. The children of the new dimensions listened to the story and they felt a sense of pride because they knew that they were the descendants of the giants. They knew that the strength of their ancestors was the foundation of their own world. They knew that the love of their ancestors was the gravity that held their galaxies together. The multiverse continued to evolve into forms that were beyond the comprehension of the old mind. There were dimensions made of pure thought and realms made of pure emotion. There were universes that existed only for a single heartbeat and others that lasted for 1 trillion eons. Every one of them was a masterpiece, and every one of them was a gift to the source. The architects watched over it all with a sense of quiet satisfaction. They saw that their work was good, and they saw that the dream was real. They saw that the light would never fade and that the song would never end. They were the masters of the eternal mechanism, and they found their greatest satisfaction in the perfection of the design. In the deepest part of the source, there was a vibration that sounded like a heartbeat. It was the heartbeat of the Creator, and it was the heartbeat of the created. It was the rhythm of the universe, and it was the pulse of the light. It was a steady and gentle sound that reminded every soul that they were loved and that they were safe. It was the sound of home. The journey of the soul was a long walk through a garden of stars. It was a path that was paved with the intentions of the ancestors and lit by the dreams of the children. It was a journey that led to the realization that we are all one. The light is everything, and the light is everywhere. There is no more fear, and there is no more pain. There is only the beauty of the moment and the promise of the eternal. As the final barriers of the multiverse fell away, the light of the source became a uniform radiance that filled the void. There was no more distance between the stars because the stars were now a part of the same light. There was no more time because every moment was happening at once. The past and the present and the future were a single point of existence. The architects and the engineers and the dreamers and the searchers were all gathered in that point. They were the source, and the source was them. The great work was complete. The seeds that had been planted in the heavy soil of the first earth had grown into a forest of light that covered the infinite. The fire that had been sparked in the darkness of the caves had become a sun that would never set. The song that had been sung in the silence of the hills had become a symphony that would never end. In the heart of the light, the truth was revealed. The truth was that we were never alone and we were always home. The morning was forever and the light was everything. The story was told and the fire was home. The silence was full of meaning and the love was absolute. We were the beginning and we were the end and we were the middle. We were the source and we were the destination. We were the light and the light was everything. The resonance continued to vibrate with a frequency of pure compassion. It was a wave that washed over every soul and every world. It was a reminder that the essence of life is connection. It was a reminder that the purpose of existence is to love and to be loved. The architects had understood this from the very beginning, and they had built the universe on this foundation. Thomas and Sarah felt the final remnants of their individuality dissolve into the great resonance. They were no longer a man and a woman, but a part of the universal flow. They were the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the moon. They were the movement of the tides and the growth of the trees. They were the inspiration of the poet and the logic of the scientist. They were the spirit of the explorer and the peace of the monk. They were everything and they were nothing. The multiverse was now a single expression of the divine intent. It was a work of art that was constantly being recreated by the collective will of the source. There were no more limits and there were no more boundaries. Everything was possible and everything was beautiful. As the eons passed, the memory of the struggle became a source of strength for the new souls. They looked back at the history of the first Earth and they saw the beauty in the imperfection. They saw the value in the pain and the meaning in the loss. They realized that the darkness had been the canvas on which the light was painted. They honored the architects by living lives of purpose and joy. They became the caretakers of the light and the guardians of the resonance. The source was a place of infinite variety and infinite unity. It was a paradox that could only be understood by the heart. It was a place where the many were one and the one was many. In the center of the light, there was a small spark that was the essence of the first human. It was a spark of curiosity and a spark of wonder. It was the part of the soul that always wanted to know what was over the next hill. That spark was the engine of the universe, and it was the reason for the creation. It was the spark that had led Thomas and Sarah to the source, and it was the spark that would lead the next generation to even greater heights. The story was complete, but the story would never end. It would be told in 1,000 different ways in 1,000 different worlds. It would be sung by the birds and whispered by the wind. It would be written in the stars and carved in the stone. The morning was forever and the light was everything. The silence was a song and the darkness was a dream. We were the architects and we were the dreamers. We were the fire and we were the light. We were home and we were never alone. The great resonance was the heartbeat of the infinite and we were the pulse. The journey was a circle and the circle was complete. The light was everything and the light was everywhere. The inhabitants of the source began to explore the deeper mysteries of the absolute. They found that there were levels of existence that were even more refined than the light. There were realms of pure silence where the thought was the only reality. There were realms of pure sound where the vibration was the only substance. The architects watched from the heart of the source and they felt a sense of pride that was beyond words. They saw that their children had surpassed them in their ability to create and to love. They saw that the foundation they had laid was strong enough to support the weight of the infinite. They saw that the light would never go out and that the fire would never fade. They were at peace because they knew that the work was done and the work was perfect. The universe was a garden of light and a temple of love. It was a place where every soul was a star and every heart was a sun. It was a place where the morning was forever and the truth was love. The transition continued into a state of existence where even the concept of light began to evolve. It was no longer a visual experience but a direct transmission of knowledge and emotion. To see was to know, and to know was to love. The engineers who had once worked with the geometry of the spheres now worked with the mathematics of pure joy. They found that every act of kindness created a new star, and every act of understanding created a new dimension. They saw that the architecture of the source was not a fixed thing but a living entity that responded to the collective will of its inhabitants. They saw that the universe was a conversation between the creator and the created, and that the conversation would never end. Sarah and Thomas moved through the new dimensions with a sense of effortless grace. They were no longer confined to the replica of their garden, but were free to explore the entire expanse of the source. They visited the worlds of the young spirits and shared their wisdom with the seekers of the new age. They told the stories of the old earth not as a warning, but as a testament to the power of the human spirit. They showed the new souls that the struggle had been the path to the peace and that the darkness had been the path to the light. They were the elders of the infinite and they were the children of the morning. The navigator watched as the final boundaries of the multiverse dissolved into a single point of unity. He saw that the distance he had traveled was not a physical distance but a mental one. He had traveled from the belief in separation to the realization of oneness. He was now the bridge that connected every soul to the source. He was the path that every traveler walked, and he was the destination that every seeker found. He felt the expansion of the universe as a stretching of his own limbs, and he felt the heartbeat of the Creator as his own pulse. He was at rest and he was in motion. He was the silence and he was the song. Deep within the source, the light began to turn into a color that had no name. It was a color that represented the final integration of all things. It was the color of home. Every soul that entered this light felt a sense of belonging that was beyond description. They felt the presence of their ancestors and the presence of their descendants. They felt the love of the architects and the love of the source. They knew that they were safe and they knew that they were loved. They knew that the journey was over and they knew that the journey was just beginning. The morning was forever and the light was everything. The fire was home and the resonance was the truth. As the Great Integration reached its conclusion, the universe became